Let us pray. Almighty God, we willingly acknowledge you as a supreme being, most gracious and most merciful. Look down, we beseech you, on us who are members of this Senate, and deign to assist us in the duties that we have to perform on behalf of our beloved country of Trinidad and Tobago. Open our eyes to see the truth, and help us to accept it with all its implications into our lives. Direct us, O Lord, in our deliberations, so that setting aside private interests, unwholesome prejudices, and personal affections, we may treat all matters set before us with honesty, courage, and conviction. Through all we say and do in this Senate, may we give glory and honor to your holy name, inspire confidence in our fellow citizens, and make a positive contribution to the peace and prosperity of our nation. Amen.
Announcements by the President.
Honorable Senators, I have granted leave of absence to Senator Jayanti Lakshmi-Dayal and Senator Amrita Dillon-Remy, both of whom are ill. Honorable Senators, I have received the following correspondence from Her Excellency the President Paula May Weeks, ORTT. The Constitution of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, by Her Excellency Paula May Weeks, ORTT, President of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces. To Ms. Taylor Jowelle de Souza. Whereas Senator Jayanti Lakshmi-Dayal is incapable of performing her duties as a senator by reason of illness. Now, therefore, I, Paula May Weeks, President as aforesaid, in exercise of the power vested in me by Section 44(1)(b) and Section 44(4)(b) of the Constitution of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, acting in accordance with the advice of the Leader of the Opposition, do hereby appoint you, Taylor Jowelle de Souza, to be a member of the Senate temporarily, with effect from the 22nd of February 2022, and continuing during the absence of Senator Jayanti Lakshmi-Dayal by reason of illness. Given under my hand and the seal of the President of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, at the office of the President St. Anne's, this 22nd day of February 2022. To Dr. Margaret Burgess. Whereas Senator Amrita Dillon-Remy is incapable of performing her duties as a senator by reason of illness. Now, therefore, I, Paula May Weeks, President as aforesaid, in exercise of the power vested in me by Section 44(1)(b) and Section 44(4)(c) of the Constitution of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, hereby appoint you, Margaret Burgess, to be a member of the Senate temporarily, with effect from the 22nd of February 2022, and continuing during the absence of Senator Amrita Dillon-Remy by reason of illness. Given under my hand and the seal of the President of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, at the office of the President St. Anne's, this 21st day of February 2022. Honorable senators are required to take the oath.
I, Taylor Jowelle de Souza, having been appointed a member of Parliament, do swear by the Almighty God that I will adhere through faith and allegiance to Trinidad and Tobago, will uphold the Constitution and the law, and will conscientiously and impartially discharge the responsibilities of the people of Trinidad and Tobago upon which I am about to enter.
I, Margaret Bridges, having been appointed a Member of Parliament, do swear by Almighty God that I will bear true faith and allegiance to Trinidad and Tobago, will uphold the Constitution and the law, and will conscientiously and impartially discharge the responsibilities to the people of Trinidad and Tobago upon which I am about to enter.
Papers.
Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, I have the honor to lay on the table the following papers as listed on the other paper in my name and the names of the Minister of Energy and Energy Resources, Industries, and the Minister of Works and Transport. The Annual Administrative Report of Trinidad and Tobago Civil Aviation Authority for the period 2019-2020, the Annual Administrative Report of the Ministry of Agriculture, Land and Fisheries for the period 2018-2019, the Ministerial Response of the Ministry of Energy and Energy Industries to the second report of the Joint Select Committee on Land and Physical Infrastructure on an inquiry into the management of the TNTEC and related recommendations. Thank you.
Urgent questions.
Leader of Government Business.
Very much, Madam President. Madam President, I seek your indulgence for a deferral or stand down, Madam President. The question that is directed to the Honourable Minister of Works and Transport. He's running late and he'll be here shortly. Thank you.
So, Honourable Senators, the response to question number 2 on the urgent questions will be deferred to later in the proceedings. Senator Mark.
Thank you, Madam President. Question to the Honourable Minister of Health. Can the Minister state what measures will be taken to ensure the local recall of several lots of baby formula imported into Trinidad and Tobago that are part of the United States Food and Drug Administration recall?
Minister of Health.
Thank you very much, Madam President, and good afternoon to you and to all. So I can tell the Honourable Senator and through you what steps we have taken, not what steps will be taken. So on Saturday 19th, the Chemistry, Food and Drugs went on to the US FDA website and saw that Trinidad and Tobago was not listed as an important country. However, later on Saturday, the Chemistry, Food and Drugs did get notification from the local distributor, Massey Distributors, that they may in fact have some stock. The Ministry of Health and Chemistry, Food and Drugs, in collaboration with the distributor, engaged in a stock reconciliation exercise based on the lot numbers provided by the FDA. We discovered that in fact, some of that product was in Trinidad and Tobago, and the Ministry of Health on Sunday the 20th issued a press release about the measures to be taken by both retailers and members of the public to safeguard health. Thank you very much.
Senator Ma.
Madam President, can the minister indicate what specific measures have been publicized or released to retailers and to members of the public as it relates to these particular products that is now on the market?
So the products are no longer on the market. They have been recalled, and the Ministry of Health issued a press release on the 20th, Sunday, the 20th of February, titled Voluntary Product Recall of Similac, Alimentum, and Elicare Powder Formulas. The Ministry of Health, via the Chemistry, Food and Drugs Division, advises the population of the voluntary recall of specified batches of Similac, Alimentum, and Elicare powder formula from Abbott Nutrition, an international manufacturer of baby formula. Although Trinidad and Tobago was not included in the US FDA recall notification advisory, which lists the country where they were recalled, products were imported, the Ministry of Health, from which products were imported. The Ministry of Health, as I indicated, engaged the local distributor to conduct this product reconciliation exercise. We discovered that, in fact, some of the product was here. As a result, the Chemistry, Food and Drug advises persons who may be in possession of any of these recall formulas with the batch numbers below, and we listed all the batch numbers, to discontinue use immediately and return the product to the point of purchase where possible.
Can I ask the minister, how successful has this initiative been thus far?
Minister.
So in our discussions with the local distributor, they have assured us that through their recall position and sensitization of their retailers, at this time, there should be no product on the shelves.
Questions on notice, questions for oral answer.
Leader of Government Business.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, there are 3 questions for oral response, and the government will respond to all 3.
Senator Ma.
Thank you, Madam President. Question number 51 to the Honorable Minister of Health.
And, Madam President, the stated policy of the government of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago has always been and continues to be the administering of the World Health Organization's approved vaccines on a voluntary basis. Thank you very much, Madam President.
Senator Ma.
Madam President, can the minister indicate whether the government's policy as it relates to the implementation of a mandatory program of vaccinations captured under a safe zone policy? Can the minister share with this Honorable Senate whether the government will be pursuing that mandate in the coming period?
Senator Mark, I won't allow that question.
Madam President, the minister said that the government is committed to a voluntary approach as outlined by the World Health Organization. Can the minister indicate why the government has varied or deviated from that approach with its new policy position?
Senator Mark, I won't allow that question based on the answer that was given.
Is the government going to withdraw, given the fact that so many countries on a global basis have withdrawn the approach that the government is preparing to take through legislation? Is the government prepared to withdraw that position as it relates to its vaccination policy?
Minister.
Thank you. Madam President, it is It is really sad that the UNC continues to push this narrative that this is a mandatory vaccination policy. Nothing is further from the truth. I have said clearly, everyone from the Honorable Prime Minister come down has said this is a voluntary process. It is not a mandatory process. There is no mandate, there is no forced vaccination. That is the UNC's position.
President, can the minister indicate whether the government is prepared to allow public sector workers in the public service and in the wider public service or public sector to proceed to work upon the implementation of its policy without being followed and ultimately dismissed? Is the minister prepared to provide a clear position on that matter, Madam President?
Senator Mark, that question does not arise from the questions posed and answered.
Can I go on to my
Senator Mark?
next question? Question number 55 to the Minister of Housing and Urban Development.
Minister of
President?
Housing and Urban Development.
Thank you. The situation is being rectified and the works completed at the HEC Oasis Greens housing development so far are: 1, excavation of roadway to 15 to 17 feet deep, removal and replacement of damaged sewer lines, backfilling, preparation of site for road paving, that would be 2, and 3, pressure testing of newly installed lines. The outstanding works to be completed are the final road paving and demobilization, site cleanup. These works are expected to be completed by the end of March 2022.
Senator Mark?
Minister, indicate how this particular matter in terms of the collapse of that roadway has impacted on the residents of that HEC Oasis Greens housing development. Can
Senator
you
Mark,
share-
that question does not arise.
Madam President, can I ask the Minister, why is this exercise taking so long?
The works were a lot more complicated than expected. As you know, in terms of the question, it had to do with the actual collapse of that particular area, so that it would have required doing some engineering works as well as some studies just to ensure that we reduce the likelihood of something like that happening again.
Senator Mark?
Can the Minister indicate whether this particular repair program of the collapsed roadway, are you certain that it will be completed by the end of March, or are you tentatively proposing it should be completed by the end of March?
It should be completed. I mean, it's a site I've visited myself, and I will continue to monitor and make every effort that it would be completed by the end of March.
Indicate whether it is being completed or it would be completed within costs, within budget, or is there cost overruns in this particular project?
I would not be able to answer that until the project is complete. Budget.
Okay, thank you, Madam President.
Next question.
To the Minister of National Security.
Minister of National Security.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Madam President, the Caribbean Center for Human Rights is a local entity managed by one Diana Mahabir Wyatt, an ally of the senator who posed this question and whom I caught on the prowl with him recently in a bogus scandal in St. Anne's, water scandal. Madam President, the proper protocol...
Minister, you know, I have repeatedly said in this chamber that we have to be careful when we speak about persons who are not members of this chamber.
Madam President, the proper protocol vis-à-vis requests of this nature requires official written submissions to be made to the Commissioner of Prisons for onward transmission to the Minister of National Security for due consideration. To date, no such request has come to the Minister of National Security.
Senator Mark.
Can the minister provide evidence that Diana Mahabir Wyatt is an ally of Senator Wade Mark and by extension the United National Congress?
Senator Mark, I won't allow that question. I have already advised the minister about that statement that was made.
Madam President, can I ask the Honorable Minister, upon a receipt of an application by this particular organization, the Caribbean Center for Human Rights, to have access to the nation's prison, would the government favorably consider such an application from this very important human rights body?
Minister.
Madam President, I don't know if the senator is having some difficulty with comprehension. I just said to him what the procedure was and indicated that it has not been embarked upon as far as this minister is aware. I can't understand that question.
Senator Mark?
Yeah. I don't know why the minister is so riled up today.
Senator Mark, please ask the question.
Did you take your tablets?
All right. Senator Mark, I think we can move on at this stage. All right?
Mr.
Question. Thank you very much.
Not well.
No, Senator Mark, please withdraw that statement. Please withdraw it.
Withdraw your statement.
Thank you. I am asking, please, for members to be silent. Okay? Honorable Senators, in accordance with Standing Order 30, leave has been granted for a matter of privilege to be raised. Leader of Government Business.
Thank you, Madam President, for granting me leave in accordance with Standing Order 32 to raise a matter directly concerning the privileges of the Senate. Madam President, the matter concerns certain unfounded, baseless, and false allegations made by Opposition Senator Wade Mark on a matter raised on the motion for the adjournment on Tuesday, 15 February 2022, by Senator Mark on the following matter, which was circulated by letter dated February 4, 2022. That matter, Madam President, as I quote, the need for the government to explain its decision to appoint a nominee of the government to the National Insurance Board as the chairman of said board, which is contrary to the National Insurance Act." End of quote. Madam President, in raising the matter, the senator made several false allegations against the government and Mr. Patrick Ferreira, who was nominated by the government to serve as the chairman of the National Insurance Board of Trinidad and Tobago. Senator Marks stated, and I quote from the Hansard, as follows. 1. An alarm bell was raised about the chief executive of CIC Insurance, one Patrick Ferreira. The issue at the center of this was a breach of the Insurance Act by this particular individual, which eventually saw him leaving the actual place of employment. 2. The Ministry of Finance has brought this individual, who was a government representative between 17, I believe, and 21, on the board of the NIB, and made him chairman sometime in January this year. 3. This gentleman was debarred literally by the central bank as managing director of the Consolidated Insurance Company Limited. 4. It is against the law for anyone who is in the insurance business to give a rebate on commissions. This gentleman rebated a commission on a big home ownership policy plan. He was accused of engaging in this unlawful action by the Brokers Association, and that matter was reported to the Supervisor of Insurance, which is the Central Bank of Trinidad and Tobago. 6. Basis of this particular report and subsequent inquiries conducted by the Central Bank, the chairman appointed by the government was removed from his position as Managing Director of CIC, and as such cannot practice any insurance activities in our country. He was literally disqualified by the Central Bank and the Brokers Association from holding any position in the insurance industry. And 7, this gentleman is unfit and he's improperly, illegally, and unlawfully appointed by the government. Madam President, based on inquiry made to the Central Bank of Trinidad and Tobago, the bank has advised that no notice disbarring Patrick Ferreira or disqualifying him from holding any position in the insurance industry has been issued. Further, Madam President, the Central Bank of Trinidad and Tobago has advised a determination of culpability against Patrick Ferreira for breaching the Insurance Act has not been issued. Madam President, the allegations made by Opposition Senator Wade Mark against the government and Mr. Patrick Ferreira are therefore unfounded, baseless, and false, and as such constitute a breach of parliamentary privilege. Madam President, parliamentary privilege is not a new concept. In fact, it is a hallmark of parliamentary practice and our democracy. Historically, it was a right designated to protect the right of the king to the service of his advisors. I wish to underscore the word protect, Madam President. Parliamentary privilege therefore remains the bedrock of the working of a parliament. It offers protection from the interference from whatever source. It safeguards the freedom, authority, and dignity of this august House. Madam President, the unfounded, baseless, and false allegations made by Opposition Senator Wade Mark in this House and unsupported by the Central Bank of Trinidad and Tobago cannot be countenanced. To ignore such conduct will send the wrong message to anyone and everyone whose character may be maligned, and I dare say, Madam President, in this case of Mr. Ferreira, someone whose personal and commercial interests may be severely affected by Senator Mark's false allegations. Madam President, it is for these reasons that Senator Mark's unfounded, baseless, and false allegations against the government and Mr. Patrick Ferreira must be dealt with in the strongest possible manner by this House. It is for these reasons, Madam President, that I move that Senator Wade Mark committed contempt of this Senate on the following grounds. 1. He deliberately and willfully misled the Senate. And 2, he grossly and recklessly abused the privilege of freedom of speech in this Senate. Madam President, in accordance with the relevant standing orders, I ask that Senator Wade Mark be referred to the Privileges Committee of this Senate. Madam President, I thank you.
Honourable Senators, I reserve my decision on the matter of privilege raised and will deliver same at a later date. Honourable Senators, I will now revert to the earlier... No, Senator Roberts, not at this stage. Senator Roberts, I have said no, you cannot raise it. This is not any such thing. Senator Roberts, please apologize for your rudeness.
Please apologize for asking for evidence.
Senator Roberts, you know, it's not as if you haven't been a member of Parliament before. And therefore you should know that there are certain rules and procedures. All right? And no, Senator Roberts, I will ask you, please, if you continue like this, I'm going to have to ask you to leave the chamber. Senator Roberts, please leave the chamber for the rest of the day. Senator Naked, you really want to go down this route? Senator Naked, you are out of order, and I would ask you to desist from this line of conduct. Honourable Senators, it amazes me that we have to go over certain procedures in this chamber. It amazes me that I'm speaking to adults, and by now everybody should be versed with the standing orders. So it amazes me when I'm faced with the indiscipline that I was just faced with. But I move on. I will now revert to the earlier order of business. Senator Mark.
Thank you, Madam President. To the Honourable Minister of Works and Transport.
Senator Mark, you have to read the question.
Oh, yes. Yeah, to the Honourable Minister of Works and Transport. Given that poor road conditions delayed first responders in the rescue of an elderly couple who perished in a fire at St. Julian Road, Princestown, can the Minister state when access roads to the community will be improved?
Minister of Works and Transport.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, firstly, I'd like to apologize for running a bit late and delaying the answer to the question, but I had to attend the funeral service for the late Pandit Samsundar Maharaj, better known as Pandit Tara Maharaj of Korial Housing Village. We would recall in 2017, he was the recipient of one of our country's national award in the field of religion and culture. So to his family, on behalf of the government, we extend our condolences and to thank him for what he would have done for not only the community of Korial, but for Trinidad and Tobago. Madam President, the Ministry of Works and Transport extend condolences and sympathizes with the family and their loved ones under these tragic circumstances. Madam President, as you are aware, this is one of our historic roads which evolved with time and used to be a track and is located on the ridge without any major changes to its structure. It was not designed to carry any heavy axle loading, and as such was not designed for the use of heavy trucks and 10-wheeler vehicles. Apart from such an evolution of this roadway, the history of this road provides evidence that the soil composition along this terrain is prone to landslips and failures. Over the years, the ministry has constantly conducted repairs to the roadway as a result of these challenges and has done over 40 landslips in an effort to keep this road passable. The ministry continues to be challenged by the soil movement and instability, and to date, there are 16 landslips. As part of the ministry's ongoing effort to address this issue of landslip in Trinidad, in this fiscal year, 2 of the critical landslips on the St. Julian roads are being addressed to ensure that the road remains passable.
Minister, your 2 minutes. The 2 minutes have expired. Senator Mark?
Yeah. Can I ask through you, Madam President, given what the minister has said, given the challenges that have existed in that community of St. Julian Road, Princess Town rather, can the minister indicate when or what efforts are being made to have these roads in the community repaired?
Minister.
Sure. Madam President, it is noteworthy that there are 2 alternative routes to the St. Julian village, which is maintained by the Ministry of Works and Transport. These alternative routes is in good condition, and the traveling time to the community is the same. The ministry wishes to encourage persons to utilize these routes while we undertake to carry out repairs to the roads in the community and throughout Trinidad and Tobago. Again, Madam President, it is very unfortunate to lose your parents this way, having lost my both parents a short while ago, and again, the ministry extend condolences to the family. Thank you.
Senator Mark?
May I ask the Honorable Minister, is there a time frame, Honorable Minister, that you have identified and set whilst people are utilizing the alternative routes for the full repair of the roadway that has collapsed or is in need rather of repairs?
As I said before, the St. Julian Road poses a lot of challenges. There is ongoing work taking place at all times. The road is passable. Unfortunately, heavy trucks and 10-wheelers cannot access the road. The road was never designed for that. This year, in this financial year, 2 additional landslips will be addressed on the road, and maintenance work on the road is an ongoing process. And that is why the 2 additional roads to get to the village are maintained for heavier trucks and 10-wheelers. Work continues on the road, and again this year, 2 of the 16 landslips will be addressed because it's an area where you have constant land movements.
Public business, private members' business, motions.
Honourable members, the debate on the following motion, which was in progress when the Senate adjourned on Tuesday, November the 23rd, 2021, will be resumed. Be it resolved that the Senate censure the unparliamentary conduct of said opposition senators who by threat or molestation have attempted to obstruct, impede, influence, or interfere with said independent senators in the performance of their duties. And be it further resolved that a select committee be established to consider and report on a code of ethical conduct and behaviors for senators. Those who spoke in this debate were Senator Anthony Vieira, who moved the motion, the Honourable Stuart Young MP, Minister of Energy and Energy Industries as Acting Attorney General, Senator Wade Mark, Senator Paul Richards, Senator the Honourable Clarence Rambarat, Senator Anil Roberts, Senator Dr. Varma Diyal Singh. Minister of Tourism, Culture and the Arts.
Much.
Madam President, for giving me the opportunity to contribute to this very important motion and speak in support of it and in defense and in support of our parliamentary democracy. And Madam President, I also wish to start off by commending Senator Vieira for his courage, not only in bringing this motion in the protection of our parliamentary democracy, but in allowing this motion to continue as a private member's motion, notwithstanding the considerable attacks that he still faces as an independent senator in this chamber. Madam President, this motion calls upon us to do two things. There are two resolutions. It calls upon us to censure opposition senators for unparliamentary conduct, of who, by threat or molestation, have attempted to obstruct, impede, influence, or interfere with independent senators in the performance of their duties. In other words, Madam President, this Senate is called upon through this motion to reject and express severe disapproval for the conduct of opposition senators that fall below the standard of conduct in this Senate. And the conduct being complained about in this motion amounts to threat and intimidation. And for the public, what we're talking about here and rejecting is the bullying tactics by members of the opposition bench. This motion also calls upon us, this Senate, to establish a committee to consider and report on a code of ethical conduct for senators. So, Madam President, I've taken the time to restate what this motion is about for the listening and viewing public, because as much as we were disgusted by the disdainful spectacle that occurred in the Electoral College last year, citizens of Trinidad and Tobago must be reminded that there is a courageous and independent senators, and there are senators in this chamber who are prepared not only to stand up for themselves, but also to defend our parliamentary democracy. And we in this Senate reject that type of behavior. In other words, Madam President, this motion shows to all in Trinidad and Tobago, from young to old, that one should never cower in the face of a bully. And one should never be bullied into silence. Madam President, I wish to deal with the second resolution first, as quickly as I can. And through you, Senator Vieira, I must indicate my discomfort with that suggestion that this Senate must resolve to consider and report on an ethical code of conduct for senators. I have to say that I am not comfortable with that. I'm not sure how I feel now in this very moment, having regard to the conduct that we have just witnessed. But I consider it, Madam President, an affront to the intelligence of the ordinary Trinbagonian, infra-dig if you must, beneath our collective common sense, our common sense of decency as a nation, where this Senate must resolve to condescend to basically write a manual on the standards of behavior to guide honorable senators in this chamber who do not know how to behave and who do not know how to conduct themselves. And on the last occasion, Madam President, I heard a lot of talk. I believe it was from Senator Richards, and I couldn't figure out whether Senator Richards was vacillating or whether he was mitigating. I think Senator Roberts described it as he was backing back. But Senator Richards on the last occasion spoke a lot about leadership. And it is as if the leaders of both political parties must bear the blame for the travesty that occurred at the Electoral College last October. Madam President, I must say that I reject that argument out of hand. And I reject this habit that some people have when the UNC misconducts themselves in public, when they make a dishonorable spectacle of themselves, that some commentators find it necessary to paint all political parties with the same broad brush. I reject it. I reject that leadership argument, because to accept that leadership is the cause of the moral decrepitude and the improper conduct of the UNC in the Electoral College is to accept the abdication of personal responsibility of senators in this chamber. Leaders in this place, Madam President, are not the only ones who take the oath of allegiance. Every member must take that oath of allegiance individually. And implicit in that oath of allegiance is the oath to be bound by the Constitution, the standing orders in this Senate, and the authorities on parliamentary practice in the United Kingdom. When we are selected, Madam President, to be here to take the oath of allegiance, all 31 members of us, we know we're not coming into a parlor or into a fish market. We know that there must be a high standard of conduct that is demanded of us here. We are not selected to be on some committee to throw a Nicki Minaj concert to drink rum. This is the legislature. This is the Parliament of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, one of the highest institutions of our country. So, Madam President, following the guidance that honorable senators in this chamber all have through the Constitution, the standing orders, May's parliamentary practice, and numerous other authorities of parliamentary practice all across the Commonwealth, the conventions and practices of this Parliament, Robert's Rules of Order, and the common standard of decency. We are still saying that we need inside of here a code of conduct so that members of this Parliament must know how to behave and how to conduct themselves. Through you, Madam President, to Senator Vieira, I am a little uncomfortable with that. However, if the Senate resolves, and if my bench determines that that is the resolution that we wish to support, well, then we will support it. We need a manual to tell Senator Roberts how to behave. Someone who is a former member of the House of Representatives. I am uncomfortable with that. We need to tell Senator Roberts that it is unparliamentary conduct to bully people, to intimidate people. I am uncomfortable with that. And I would say to Senator Roberts here, Madam President, Senator Roberts should find a radio station to go and bully somebody. We need a manual. We need to write a manual on the code of conduct of senators for Senator Mark to know how to conduct himself. Senator Mark is the most experienced senator in this chamber. Senator Mark, as a former presiding officer, has flown all over this country attending parliamentary conventions, understanding and learning how parliaments work and how we, as members of parliament, must defend our democracy. So no, despicable conduct is as despicable conduct does. We must continue to demand a very high standard of conduct in this chamber. We must condemn and censure conduct that falls beneath the dignity of this House. And Madam President, I will say this further. No code of conduct manual will assist us against those who are hell-bent on attacking high institutions in this country and seeking to create civil unrest, which, in my respectful submission, is the strategy of the leader of the opposition.
I have to caution you. I think when we last met on this particular motion, I had made certain rulings. So could you please? Thank you.
I withdraw and I thank you for your ruling. But Madam President, I just have to repeat that I am uncomfortable with that position. With respect to the second resolution calling upon us to censure the bullying and intimidatory tactics by the opposition senators on the independents in a way to impede them in their duty, that is a call I wholeheartedly support. I have listened to Senator Vieira on the last occasion on his description of the travesty that occurred in the Electoral College, and I agree with Senator Vieira that that conduct is unbecoming of parliamentarians. I too believe that it was a very dark day in our democracy. However, in the adversarial nature of our politics, when your political opponent scores an own goal or injures himself, you celebrate. Unfortunately. So on that day, I sat there quietly, disciplined as we all were on our side, being a part of unprecedented and novel proceedings. And after, my determination was that I enjoyed the UNC circus that came to town that day. That was my determination. I had not been to a circus since primary school days. I remember across the road from Skinner Park, there was a circus that came every year. And I had not been to a circus in a very long time. But the circus was there, and persons were there in all their glory and performance. I could not believe an experienced member like Senator Mark behaving the way he did on that day. I know Senator Lachmidial for some time before our membership to this honorable chamber, and I could not believe that that was Senator Lachmidial's performance and behavior on that day. So I enjoyed the circus, but I must draw the line on the bullying and intimidatory attacks, the innuendo, the allegations made by opposition senators on independent senators on that day and following that day. It amounts to molestation. It is bullying. The very suggestion that independent senators are biased or conflicted or are members of the government without a shred of evidence, or done not by way of a substantive motion in accordance with the proceedings of this place, is a bullying tactic intended to impede and undermine our very parliamentary democracy. That is what it is. Call it for what it is. But Madam President, this is not the first time that UNC senators have attempted to intimidate an independent senator on the way that he voted. In the 2016-2017 session of the Parliament, Senator Ramdeen was found in breach of the privileges of this Parliament when he attempted to intimidate and molest an independent senator because of the way he voted on a particular bill. And what came out of that particular Privileges Committee report was the learning that to reflect improperly on a vote in the House and the motives of some members is a brief breach of privilege. And no, this is not a privilege motion. Senator Vieira rightfully said that he could have done a privileges motion. But this is a motion calling for the censure of the behavior and conduct of opposition senators that amount to the breaches of privileges, that amount to a contempt of this parliament. So when Senator Ramdeen went to a press conference, when he went to TV6, when he commented in the newspaper that independent Senator John Kerr was not independent and was biased in a vote, it was a spurious and baseless accusation, and he was found in contempt of this Senate by a committee of privileges. It was a clear attempt to intimidate that independent senator, but also all independent senators on the way they vote on a particular bill or on a particular motion in the Senate. And Madam President, the tactic is a clear one, you know. And let me tell you how members of the opposition may believe that the tactic may work. You see, all members in this chamber, all 31 of us, are selected. But there are 9 independent senators who are selected. And their criteria for selection comes down to one basic thing. A person who has distinguished themselves in a particular field of endeavor. And implied in that, Madam President, the 9 independent senators that sit on the independent bench are 9 persons who have developed a strong reputation and a strong personal brand as exemplars in their field of endeavor and exemplars in this country. So the tactic is clear. If they have gotten here by way of their reputation and by way of their personal brand, you simply attack their reputation. That is the tactic. You attack their reputation that has been carefully cultivated and carefully crafted throughout their entire lives. And who wants their reputation attacked? So, what do? You threaten to drum up dirt on them. We have heard that. Accuse them in a derogatory way of singing for their supper. And we are all intelligent people in here. We know that has nothing to do with your vocal cords or the quality of your vocal cords. There is a specific implication when one says that you are singing for your supper, that you are financially beholden to someone or to some political party. And you make accusations as well under the cover of parliamentary privilege. Threaten to damage their reputations in order to curse fair, in order to bend their will to get them to vote in a particular way. That is the UNC's tactic, and we must reject it. I listened to Senator Rambarat, and I agree with him totally. We must not be caught in any strategy of normalizing contempt of Parliament, normalizing bullying and intimidatory tactics. The intimidation and molestation of honorable senators, of the independents in this Senate must be totally rejected. We must censure, we must take action to protect this House. our parliamentary democracy. And we must continue to do so, Madam President, at every given opportunity. And Madam President, there is another matter, There is another matter that must soon engage all of our attention in this Honorable Senate. The very insidious and crass nature of a show called Douglas politics. Douglas politics that has made a habit because of this House and of the House of Representatives.
Senator, Minister, I have to caution you here. Okay? I would ask you please to remember what we are treating with and to just come back to it, please.
Thank you, Madam President. I take your caution. And I'm indicating the molestation and intimidatory tactics members of opposition senators. And I feel it is important. I would just say, if you permit me, Madam President, that a lot of members of the Douglas population, the Douglas community, have reached out to me and have asked me, through you, to indicate to Honorable Senator Roberts that perhaps he could substitute the word Douglas with the word gutter, because that is what most describes what goes on.
On a point of order, 46.1 and 46.5 is imputed improper motive. Madam President.
Minister, I already cautioned you on this, so I'd ask you to move on, please.
Thank you, Madam President. But I want to make it clear that we are not afraid. We are not afraid on this side of anybody on that side. We are not afraid of the intimidatory tactics. We are not afraid of molestation. And we are not afraid to call it out. And we are not afraid of anybody on that show, Douglas Politics, or their attendant clowns. Madam President, I move on. And I make the point, Madam President, that while we are not afraid on this side, there was something said by Senator Mark on the last occasion about thick skin. Madam President, there is no criterion to enter into this chamber called thick skin. There is no criterion. What you do is you take the oath of allegiance and you agree to be bound by the laws of Trinidad and Tobago. And there is talk about this Gael. This is no Gael. Nowhere in the Constitution describes this place as a Gael. And in this place, to remain a member of this place and to uphold the parliamentary democracy that this place has to hold up, not just for this generation, but for generations to come, we need to abide by the rules of order that govern this place. Lastly, the last point I wish to make on this point. I took notice on the last occasion of honorable senators engaging in something known in local parlance as name dropping. And I don't know if persons felt that they would score points by name dropping. So Martin Daly, senior counsel, was a good senator. Ramesh Deosaran, professor, was a good senator. And I have no doubt that these persons were very good senators. But Madam President, those honorable gentlemen, whether their goodness or badness,
Minister, you have 5 more minutes.
The character of those honorable gentlemen, whether by goodness or by badness, their character is totally irrelevant to these proceedings. What is relevant to these proceedings are the 9 independent senators that sit across from us. Because the same criteria that was used to select those persons who honorable senators find it easy to score points to name drop, the same criteria was used to select them. The exact same criteria was used to select these honorable independent senators. So that is irrelevant. They are past. They are former senators. We thank them for their service. So, in conclusion, Madam President, what occurred is not picong. That is not political picong in any political guile. Political picong is me asking Honorable Senator Mark, whether by way of crosstalk or otherwise, whether the massage chair had wheels or it had legs. Or me asking Senator Mark how he eventually passed the exam. And Senator Mark asking me about San Fernando East, but that is political picong. We could engage in that. But these matters that are being complained about, this is not political picong. This is molestation. It is intimate Parliament. It amounts to a contempt. And Senator Mark very well knows this, and I, through you, Madam President, would implore Senator Mark to take the time to refresh his memory on the conduct and the standard of behavior required in this august House, and to condescend to assist his bench in allowing them to rise to that standard and maintain that standard. Madam President, with those few words, I support the motion and I thank you.
Senator John.
Thank you so much, Madam President, for the opportunity to join this debate. Madam President, the 6 opposition senators are today called upon to defend our constitutional right to freedom of speech, freedom of thought, freedom of expression, freedom which were expressed in this instance in another place. Not in this honorable Senate, but in another place. Senators prior to me, including the Senator Mitchell, who has just spoken, has spoken about threats and bullying, coercion, molestation, intimidation. Madam President, I don't know if they are in an alternate reality, but Senator Vieira, in tabling his motion, did not admit or did not make any reference in any detail to the inflammatory political statements attributable to him in an express article written by Ria Tate, dated 22nd October 2021. And Madam President, for context, it is important that the article be brought on the record because Senator Vieira, in his presentation last year, I think it was November, he did indicate that he had not made up his mind at that time of the event of which we are here now debating, but after there was some kind of he called it some kind of circling squad of animosity, etc. They find all of these words, Madam President. I don't know where it is coming from, and everybody's talking about what's threats, as I said, bullying, coercion, intimidation, and molestation. Madam President, but after that event, and we had a right, as I said, to express our free speech, Senator Vieira said, I intend to put on the record in that article, I intend to bring a motion of contempt, a motion of censure. He said it to the public against all those persons who made those comments, because I don't know about anybody else, but I'm not going to let it go on the record, etc. He said, whether singing for my supper and that I have an allegiance to PNM, UNC, or whoever, and they should get away with it. I'm proud and jealous of my independence, and I'm not letting that allegation stand. Madam President, again, many senators have spoken about the criteria for being a member of this honorable House, and about the 31 members who are honored to serve here. And basically, you have 6 members who would have been selected by the leader of the opposition, 16 by on the advice of the Prime Minister, and 9 who would have been selected by the President. And again, in the discretion of the President from outstanding persons from economic, social, or community organization and other major fields of endeavor. Madam President, there is no requirement and no mandate upon which lies this issue of independence, quite frankly. I mean, senator after senator talking, we're making reference to this independence, but there is no mandate for that, and I don't think that is an expectation, quite frankly. And one could say, okay, we sit as an individual bench, we sit as individuals within this line on the Senate, so therefore it means we are independent of thought, etc. Madam President, but this is not written in the Constitution. So I have nothing. Senator Vieira, again, on his presentation on the 20th of November, said, I have nothing against the UNC opposition. This is not about choosing between red, yellow, or any color. I'm the same towards all, and I think that is establishing his own independence, and it's only within there, I think the Honourable Senator could try to persuade us that he's independent, because there is no mandate under the Constitution, Madam President. So I think this is best addressed, Madam President, if I should make reference to a statement within the address of the Honourable Chief Justice in his opening remarks of the 2014 to 2015 law term, where he said, judges do not drop from the sky with blank minds. Like any other citizens, they are entitled to vote and will no doubt have personal views on a variety of matters. What is expected of them is that once they assume office, they will be true to their oath and put aside any personal preferences in service of their duty to hear and determine matters impartially and in accordance with the law. Of course, they are also expected, once in office, to refrain from commenting otherwise than where it is necessary in their judgments, no matters of policy or political affairs, so as to preserve public confidence in the independence and impartiality of the judiciary. Madam President, I think that is great advice. So there is no burden. So I think in terms of trying to beat and batter opposition senators, to believe that someone is independent, I think there is nothing good or bad, but it's the thinking that making so. Parliament should be the primary forum where the voice of the people, especially the poor and marginalized, is heard with absolute clarity. In the Senate, we have the government and the opposition, and we are engaged. We know why we are here. We are engaged in adversarial politics. We argue different sides of an issue, and the reliance is really on the senators appointed by the President to bring unfettered clarity and balance. And Madam President, this is not my first time in this honorable House, so I know what that looks like. So confidence among the people that Parliament truly understands and is able to address the needs and interests of the people is a paramount guarantee of social peace and stability. And those words are the words of the Secretary General, Kamalesh Sharma, speaking to delegates at the 58th Commonwealth Parliamentary Conference. So, Madam President, as I said, I have sat in this honorable House prior to 2020. And really and truly, I have never heard such words uttered by a senator who was appointed by any president. When you hear a senator referring to the opposition and saying the realities of the situation plainly reveal that the opposition did not just cross the line, they went deep into forbidden territory. That's okay if Senator Mitchell says that. We are here in adversarial politics. He could say what he wants. As he said, he can make pick on with Senator Mark, etc. But somehow you expect that the senator who was appointed by the president, you hold them to a higher standard. So, Madam President, the senator in question wishes to browbeat the opposition senators into submission and acquiescence to his claim of independence, and that is a matter for him. When the Honorable Senator, Madam President, said the motion was avoidable, he said, when Rietate sought my views regarding the tumultuous sitting of the Electoral College, memorable for all the wrong reason, I was angry. In fact, I was furious, but I was not committed to taking this step. Resolve came after the opposition noise machine began heaping insult onto injury. So I am to believe or understand that a senator, any senator on any side of this House, can go to the media or go anywhere and make political statements, damaging political statements, and they expect that the opposition will drink water and mind their business. They will, Madam President, they'll get a political response. That is who we are. The United National Congress is a political party. And if you attack us politically, you are going to get a political response. I don't see that as a threat. It's not, what are all the words they are using now, Madam President? It's not bullying, it's not coercion, it's not molestation, it's not intimidation. It is called politics. You attack a political party politically, there will be a political response. I don't know, Madam President, what was the expectation of the Honorable Senator, that he could use the most offensive language, not only against the opposition bench, Madam President, but against the leader of the opposition. The party, the United National Congress, attacked Senator Yokymma Bethelmy. She came in for special mention, even going so far as to implicate judges in the appeal court. And the Honorable Senator expects us to just sit, whistle while we work. The UNC, again, I confirm, is the United National Congress is a political party, and if we are attacked politically, we are going to respond in kind. Madam President, Robert F. Kennedy said, democracy is messy, and it is hard, it is never easy, and you have to give, I suppose you have to give as well as you get. Some people do it better than others, but certainly Senator Mitchell has an issue with thick skin, but all that is part and parcel of what you once signed up for, quite frankly. It is messy. You know, a gentleman by the name of Jamie Moon wrote, when in reflecting on this statement, democracy is messy. It is hard, it's never easy. He said, as I sit at my desk, it was reflection on the 2020 election. He was talking about the election of 2020 in the United States of America. He said, as I sit at my desk this morning, the autumn leaves are changing color outside my window, and in the background I can hear the volatile 2020 United States general election playing out on television. It was in that moment that I genuinely grasped the famous Kennedy quote, indeed, democracy can be messy, uncertain, and scary. And the election process can even make a person question our system of government. However, beyond the tropical foliage of my window that morning lay the alternative. The country where I was posted was a single-party state, without free press, without free elections, without freedom of assembly, and I suppose without senators appointed by the president, and where those speaking out against the government often face severe retribution, imprisonment, or worse. At least we can come into this House and have robust debates. That is not something that you take and you call intimidation and molestation. That's a stretch. So it is ironic today that a senator appointed by the president seeks to censure the freedom of speech, to censure free speech. I am not oversimplifying things, Madam President, because as we wring our hands and everyone try to ascribe blame or accountability, I think we should pause to consider the very critical role we all play as leaders in sustaining our messy, hard, and never easy system of democracy. Madam President, Senator Richards, in his own statement, said we should leave the House, this House, I suppose, the same way we met it. Madam President, this chamber I remember visiting this chamber in 2011 or thereabouts, or 20, I hope the leader on the government benches wouldn't take me to the Committee of Privilege, but it was somewhere between 2011 and 2012 when the Parliament was supposed to be moved to the Tower D. And I visited this chamber with the Honorable Clerk of the House, Mrs. Jackie. What we see here, it had been destroyed. It was, I think there was a hole in the ceiling. This did not exist. It was wet and messy. And that was because of the events of 1990 that other senators have been speaking about in a very willy-nilly way. Those were serious events. In this same chamber, a Prime Minister blood was spilled. And during that event, he said, he commanded the armed forces, he said, attack with full force. That is his way of interpreting what democracy was. It is, we don't commend violence, certainly. It was a terrible, terrible thing to have happened. I mean, I wished, and I'm sure we all wish, that did not happen in this House. That was not on our record. But it's all part and parcel of our record, just as the water riots prior to that, where this, well, not the very house, but the one that was before this, was burnt to the ground. It's all in the interest of freedom, or people see as their rights. That is how people interpret their rights. So, as I said, some of what we have experienced as a people, it's not good, it's not nice, it's not right. We repudiate it. But it happened in this House. This House is not La Perouse Cemetery that you're here singing, "Here my God today," and you leave it quiet and you come and you hush. We are here to strengthen our democracy. And it cannot be that when opposition senators coming here to do the things that opposition senators have to do, they are accused of disrespect and lacking patriotism. Again, Madam Senator, when we started to repair this honorable House in 2013, I was acting in another capacity, and I met what are the first people, because I think in March of 2013, they had came up on some bones. And right away we said, stop the work, because of respect for this honorable House and respect for the people who came before us, the people who died. And it took 18 months. It's the only reason the House, the restoration wasn't further advanced. 18 months for the archaeologists and all of the other people concerned to have gathered all of the remains. Now, I could have said the government in 2019, when they had the interment, who did not invite the honorable political leader, the speaker at the time, who was very involved in ensuring that we secure those bones, etc. We can say it was disrespectful, but you just say, no, let us move on. What we were happy about is that the first people themselves could have said, at last we feel a sense of peace. We feel a sense of respect that our dead were buried respectfully, and they are under this House. We don't know they died, but the first people felt this sense of peace at last. So we stand or sit on the shoulder of people who would have fought for their freedom. It didn't come about like this. As I said before, Madam President, democracy is messy. So when the cabinet, not this cabinet, a cabinet that succeeded, that preceded this cabinet, you see, it's everyone comes and they do what they have to do. It is not static. Senator Mitchell spoke about, it's not about what happens today or yesterday, it's about for the future, and I agree with him. But certainly, the future stands on the shoulder of the past. And we stand on the shoulder of the 60 bodies they could have identified. So we stand on the shoulders of those first people who were here. And on the shoulders of Arthur and R. Robinson, whose blood was spilled in this very chamber. We don't take it lightly, and we cannot take it lightly. But we have to do what we have to do. So, Madam President, our beacon of democracy, as I said, sits on the site where 60 of these first people were buried, and the blood of one of our Prime Minister stains this chamber. And even then, we could be proud when he said, attack with full force, in his own contribution to strengthening our democracy and our freedom. So, Madam President, it gives me a pleasure to call what happened, what was reported in the Express as an unprecedented attack, because it's not the language that I like to use, but there was an unprecedented attack, Madam President, against the leader of the opposition and members of the UNC. And Again, the Honorable Senator Vieira said the motion should not have seen the light of day, talking about in the Electoral College, which have brought us here today. He said the same up there, that the motion was shameful. So I don't understand. If it is you're engaging in politics, Madam President, how you don't want a political response from people who are politicians. And Madam President, I was a member of the 5th and 6th Republican Parliament. And I'm not name dropping, as Senator Mitchell would have inferred that people name dropping. I mean, Minister Young spoke about many senators appointed by the President who were members of this House, and read it like a recitation. But I sat in this House. We used the other chamber because we had to schedule. There was only one chamber in use at that time. And yes, I sat in the same chamber with Senator Philip Marshall. And it was a pleasure, or Eric Sincere, or even Diana Mahabir Wyatt, who was being disparaged today. But a citizen of higher quality we cannot find. Someone who really is concerned about the vulnerable, about children issues, etc. Eric Sincere was a great economist. Dr. Kenny, Professor Julian Kenny, who was talking about the environment before we knew the environment had a word, was a word, to be quite frank, about the protection of the environment. Who could forget Senator Dr. Eason Mackenzie, a Tobagonian just like myself? She was so confident in who she was. I think the whole Senate loved her. There was no difference when Senator Mackenzie stood up to speak, and she will at times speak in the vernacular. So confident was she. We are not asking to go back to the past. I don't think we can have people like that again. I don't know. But you hope. Senator Martin Daly served in the same parliament with me, as did Dana Sital. And when they spoke and they made suggestions, they were taken up by any Attorney General who would have been proud to be associated with their amendments. Professor John Spence. All of these were excellent, very outstanding, and fit the mold. I cast no aspersion, but I'm simply saying one is not name dropping. One, I sat in the Senate with these senators, Madam President. And I can tell you at that time, I'm hearing now that there is tension and so on. There was no tension. There was just great respect between the benches. Great respect. Because these senators who I sat with were truly giants, and you're very proud to call them citizens of Trinidad and Tobago. So, Madam President, everyone is quoting Erskine May, so I will just follow suit. So in the chapter on freedom, it says, as far as formal proceedings are concerned, subject to the rules of order in a debate, a member may state whatever they think fit in debate, however offensive it may be to the feelings or injurious to the character of individuals. And the member is protected by parliamentary privilege from any action for defamation, as well as from any other question or molestation. The possibility of imposing constraints on or penalties for the exercise of freedom of speech in statements which, if made outside the House, might be found defamatory or even criminal, has been considered but rejected by successive committees in 1979, and they quoted some other committees. Madam President, in the Express article, which I have liberally referenced, the Honorable Senator Vieira said, pointing to what he believed, I'm quoting here, to be another double standard. He said, you, the opposition, come here and wrap yourself in the robes of democracy and say, oh, you are fighting for democratic rights. And people must be free to speak out and to choose and to vote for consciences. And when the independent senators vote, you boo. If I start to boo when you vote, how would you like that? Madam President, I said, let Senator Vieira boo if he wants to boo. And I will say he's doing his thing. And he has a freedom to do it. I might not like it, but I will not come before the House and say I want this senator censured. I'll say this senator has a right to boo, to say, Senator John, you're talking foolishness. And as reported yesterday in Canada for the Prime Minister of Canada, I mean, we all seen the news across the world where there is a kind of bottleneck. I mean, truckers and their supporters have blocked a bridge in Canada for many days, causing chaos in terms of goods moving between America particularly and Canada. And yesterday, Prime Minister Trudeau said, after he took a decision to invoke the Emergencies Act for only the second time in Canada's history. Citizens have criticized as overreach his political opponents, particularly, and the Canadian Civil Liberties Union is suing the government, the Canadian government. And Prime Minister Trudeau said, Canadians have every right to disagree with me. That's what he said. This is a democracy. But you can't, he said, he went further, he said, but you can't harass your fellow citizens who disagree with you. You can't hold a city hostage. You can't block a critical trade corridor and deprive people of their jobs. But he said, Canadians have every right to disagree. That's a democracy. In a democracy, you disagree. So, Madam President, for all its flaws, in this country we have embraced a system of democracy, but it can certainly be a messy one, and that messiness is our strength. It is what makes us special. It's not easy. I mean, we are looking again at the world news that Russia is just moving in on Ukraine because they are concerned about them moving towards democracy, but we have it, we are committed to it. You know, when we have an election, they count the votes, someone wins, someone is supposed to say, okay, fine, I accept that. That is what it is. So but democracy can be messy, and that messiness is our strength, our freedom, and our national character. Demonstrations, strong different opinions, and free speech by those you disagree with are the bedrock elements of our society. Madam President, I thank you so much for this opportunity.
Senator Thompson-Ahye. Senator Thompson-Ahye.
Thank you, Madam President. This motion has its genesis in what occurred at the sitting of the Electoral College on October 21, 2021. We know of Marshall Monday, Kess Tuesday, Iowa Wednesday, Fantastic Friday, but until October 21, 2021, we knew nothing of Thunder Thursday. The Trinidad and Tobago Dictionary, Cote-ci, Cote-la, defines thunder as any rolling, boisterous action or behavior. Thunder Thursday was when opposition senators, among others, engaged in boisterous behavior and sought to make mass in the hallowed halls of Parliament. They attempted to unleash, and I almost referred to Anselm Douglas' very popular song, but I knew I would be ruled out of order. But you know what, when I think about unleash, they attempted to unleash a reign of terror on especially the independent senators gathered in the Parliament chamber to debate the opposition motion for impeachment of the President of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, Her Excellency Paula May Weeks, ORTT. Madam President, as venom spewed by opposition members grew more and more vile, instead of bringing into disgrace and opprobrium the Speaker and her rulings, Thunder Thursday was an occasion for the Speaker to show grace under pressure. It presented an opportunity to show the nation that within our Parliament, there are officials, such as the Clerk of the House, who perform to the highest standard of conduct. Senator Vieira's motion is about ethical standards and conduct in the Parliament. I'm sorry, Senator John. It's not about robust politics. There is no doubt that senators have a duty to uphold the dignity, discipline, and decorum of Parliament. To disrespect independent senators by crying, shame, shame on them as they went about their business to vote on the motion was abusive conduct. Order 46.4 of the Standing Orders of the Senate states, it shall be out of order to use offensive and insulting language about members of the House, either House, or to threaten a member. Opposition members insulted members of the independent bench and were in breach of the standing orders. To accuse independent senators of singing for their supper was to impute false and improper motive and cast negative reflections on the character and impartiality of independent senators. It was nothing else. This is in direct violation of Order 48.6 of our standing orders, which states no senator shall make an imputation of improper motives against any member or an offensive reference to a member's private affairs. Taken together, the actions of opposition senators as enumerated that occurred on Thursday constitute a violation of the standing orders and was a dereliction of their duty to uphold the dignity, discipline, and decorum of Parliament. This is not about the right to disagree. Really? Madam President, Adlai Stevenson described an independent as a guy who wants to take the politics out of politics. Winston Churchill said of politics are almost as exciting as war and quite as dangerous. In war, you could only be killed once. In politics, many times. Being an independent senator who wants to serve her country without fear or favor, malice or ill will, and according to the sacred oath I have taken, Thursday caused me to wonder if politics was not only a dangerous pastime, as Winston Churchill warned, but a seemingly impossible vocation. Without credible evidence, opposition senators judged members of the independent bench as lacking independent minds. They implied that independent senators did not vote in keeping with our individual consciences, but voted instead without regard to the merits or demerits of the motion before us. Ironically, they stated that they were not given the opportunity to present their case, which in effect was an admission that their views on the motion were not heard. Yet they expected us to vote in their favor. In favor of what? In favor of what? A case they didn't present? I have been trained to teach from 5-year-old infants, thanks to recently deceased Evelyn Hordat. I've taught 65-year-old plus law students. I've never experienced any difficulty in communication, but I confess I found this non sequitur quite mind-boggling. This quantum leap from independent bench being adjudicated non-supporters of the opposition to being adjudged P&M supporters was baffling, perplexing, incomprehensible, incoherent, unintelligible. Obviously, it made me swallow a thesaurus. Could it be that the opposition have conveniently forgotten the many times my colleagues and I have supported their well-thought-out amendments they have put forward at the committee stage of the bill, even when, strangely, after the amendments have all been agreed, they then either abstained or voted against the bill? Did that mean they were withdrawing their proposals? Such actions have caused me to wonder if there might very well not be an interventionist role to be played by Senator Dr. Elsing. But then, research has revealed that their behavior was not unusual or new. As far back as 1841, Lord Derby had quoted Mr. Tierney in the House of Lords thus: "The duty of an opposition is very simple: to oppose everything, propose nothing." It could not have been lost on the opposition, knowing our work as parliamentarians, that many times we have assiduously studied the bill before us, painstakingly modified it before we voted on the bill. They must be aware we are under no whip. We cannot and dare not be intimidated by anyone. The coordinator of the independent bench cannot persuade or influence us in any way, and they very well know that although we are appointed by Her Excellency, she gives us no instructions. She made it quite clear to us we do not represent her or her views in this parliament. So the allegations against independent senators were malicious assertions. I have never joined a political party in my entire life. Over the years, especially in 1995 to 2020, I've been invited to join political parties. One invitation came with the enticement of a ministerial portfolio. I have always politely and steadfastly refused all entreaties. I value my independence. Where is the evidence that I am PNM? I try to assist wherever my civic duty is to be played. I recall spending one Saturday with Dhanraj Singh in his constituency in a forum to educate his constituents on children law. The next Saturday, I was with Muriel Donwa McDavidson constituency in Laventille, educating women on the laws affecting them. It was all voluntary labors of love and public service at the expense of my family time. Opposition senators, because we didn't vote with them, they have cast negative reflections on our character, and in particular, our impartiality. I've taken pains to explain our rule, because I believe where there's life, there is hope. I do not subscribe to the view of Harold Macmillan, whom Leon Harris quotes in his book, The Fine Art of Political Wit, thus: I have never found in a long experience of politics that criticism is ever inhibited by ignorance. Excuse me. Madam President, it is within the public domain that we independent senators have been subjected to abuse, insults, and conduct calculated to obstruct, intimidate, or impede members in discharge of their duties. Now, insults in Parliament is nothing new. Even the forerunner to our Parliament, the Legislative Council, insults were not unknown. In one of my very first debates in 2018, I quoted Darius Figueroa, who in his book, Sembunat Capildeo, Lion of the Legislative Council and Father of Hindu Nationalism in Trinidad and Tobago, wrote that Capildeo had said of a member of the council, from the time the member took his seat and became part of the deliberations, he forfeited the right to come here and talk about independence. And we have been listening to hot air for most of the night. Some members opened their mouth only to yawn. As many right-thinking members of the society, locally, regionally, and internationally, was appalled to hear. They were appalled to hear on that Thunder Thursday. Thank you so much. They heard people being shouted at, to see this presiding officer being shouted at, to see her rulings ignored, her character and integrity impugned. Again, I quote Adlai Stevenson, who asks, why is it that when political ammunition runs low, inevitably the rusty artillery of abuse is always wheeled into action? When the will of the opposition is thwarted, should they throw civility out of the window? When others do not agree with the view of the opposition to take a stance adverse to theirs, does that make those with an alternative view biased and dishonest? Is that a logical conclusion? Really? A stranger walking into the chamber on Thunder Thursday would have assumed we were at war. The tension in the dining room before we went over to the Electoral College was palpable. Little did we think we should have donned suits of armor. Was Mao Zedong right when he said politics is war without bloodshed, while war is politics with bloodshed? The verbal guns were trained on us independent senators, with little space to dodge the threatening verbal bullets fired at us. The presence of security was comforting. I felt if the opposition could hold us, especially Senator C. Prasad that day, as Calypsonian Duke sang, it might have been thunder. Opposition senators abandoned every modicum of decorum. They lost all reason, and they threw barbs of poison insults at my colleague and myself. We were all under attack. And to borrow words from another calypso of yesteryear, I thought at the end of the sitting, who not dead, they badly wounded. As I watched the display of lack of seemliness, the absence of decorum, a verse of W.S. Gilbert Iolanthe came unwittingly to mind. I refuse to believe, though, that it has any applicability to our situation in our beloved Republic of Trinidad and Tobago. I quote, when in that house MPs divide, if they have a brain and cerebellum too, they have to leave that brain outside and vote as their leaders tell them to. What was achieved by the lack of decorum? A cursory reading of the newspaper headlines and social media the next day for many days following showed clearly many members of the public did not, to put it mildly, appreciate this conduct, which was unbecoming of a member of parliament. It was an unfortunate exposition of theater of a well-rehearsed actors with a script written by an inept playwright, hoping to win the prize for drama, but acted out by an amateur cast, yet hoping to be viewed as the alternative government. When I participated in the old days in the Best Village Trophy competition, Separia Village was the one to watch. I don't know who is the leading part now. Veblen in his 1899 his book, The Theory of the Leisure Class, accurately described the reaction of the public to Thunder Thursday, when he said, "There are few things that so touch us with instinctive revulsion as a breach of decorum." So, Senator, this is not about robust politics. This is about a breach of decorum and everything else that Senator Vieira has said. Noble Philip, writing in the Express on October 31, 2021, under the headline, "The Most Unkind Discut of All," likened the events of October 21, 2021, the assault on our parliamentary institution, to when Brutus inflicted the wound on Caesar, which contributed to the ultimate destruction of Rome as a republic. Et tu, Brute? Is that what we want? Vishnu Lala, in a letter to the Express on November 2, 2021, headline "An Attack on Independent Institution," described the opposition behavior as an outrageous and shameful display, which was now captured in our parliamentary records for posterity, and history shall judge them accordingly. He wrote, "While the opposition speaks of democratic principles, its action demonstrates clear attempts to undermine our independent constitutional pillars." He continued, "It seems as though its mission is to create discontent, chaos, anarchy by attacking not only its opponents, but our independent institutions as well." Winston Dukran, highly respected former minister, in an article published on October 25, 2021, with the high headline, "We are all losers," stated, "I am saddened by what is happening at this time in the parliament of the country. We need to restore the sense of integrity and dignity in our political institution." On the said date, in the Newsday this time, Ferdy Ferreira, our old political warhorse, called on citizens to defend and protect the country's institutions and continue to demand the highest standards of self-discipline and integrity from those elected to lead. He described the events of October 21, 2021 as a parliamentary disaster. It is not a strengthening of our democracy. The fact that parliamentarians in other parts of the world have behaved as badly or worse is no excuse. And their citizens too have equally been appalled at such bad behavior. Reacting to similar concern in Guyana, Marva Ramsey wrote in the Starbrook News in 2018, "I am forced to write because I am deeply saddened by what I saw and heard take place in Parliament. I saw a video. I am embarrassed for my country. If that video has gone worldwide, I cannot believe that the Speaker of the House allowed those people to misbehave like that and not take any disciplinary action. I'm also appalled that the coalition is allowing the opposition to rule the country in a system of lawlessness from the opposition benches. Is there no group that upholds moral standards? Is there no group that could demand from the Speaker that misbehavior in Parliament must be dealt with appropriately and swiftly to deter others from perpetuating lawlessness in the Honourable House? I sincerely hope that the people of Guyana will hold any government to a higher standard of morality and decency. I am truly disappointed. And so are we in our Parliament. The UK Parliament has been plagued with a myriad of problems, and solutions have ranged from the sublime to the ridiculous. A BBC news report of 11th of February 2014 stated that Common Speaker John Bercow frequently deploys a range of techniques at PMQ aiming to calm rowdy parliamentarians. He recently rebuked Education Secretary Michael Gove, telling him, "You need to write out 1,000 times, I will behave myself at Prime Minister's questions." Well, you know, anyway, I won't give any my view. The Speaker's first responsibility is to maintain order, but he cannot do so if MPs persist in willfully misbehaving week after week, the Hansard Society said in its latest report. The Speaker needs to be empowered with cross-party agreement to take a tougher stance when members misbehave and thereby bring the House of Commons and Parliament into disrepute. That's what's happening, into disrepute. even this afternoon. ANI, which is the South Asian Multimedia News Agency, in a report on August 12, slammed the misbehavior of 2021 by opposition members as a shameful disgrace in the parliamentary history of India. It reported that at a press conference, a group of ministers said, deplorable actions by opposition members have become a norm. Their action in this session was not an exception, but a continuation. That's what we have. We've seen a continuation of this behavior. From tearing of the rule book last year to the opposition indulging in most unparliamentary conduct ever witnessed by this House, the conduct of opposition is becoming shameful day by day. Madam President, shortly after I entered Parliament, having received credible evidence, I spoke of parliamentarians having helped children. A few days later, on Commonwealth Day, 2019 to be exact, after enjoying the performances of young, talented citizens, I was accosted by an enraged Minister of Government within the precincts of this Parliament. He shouted at me and sought to intimidate me. He accused me of sullying his character. You spoke of MPs, he thundered. I'm an MP, so he spoke about me. I was shocked and confused. The leader of the opposition in the Senate, who retains that self-same role today, who had witnessed the incident, commiserated with me and said the minister was clearly wrong to have sought to interfere with my freedom of speech. He said that the minister was out of place, should have known better. Would you believe it? I thank the opposition senator for his support. The leader of the opposition senator was mindful then that he had witnessed unparliamentary conduct by the minister, who had assaulted me in an attempt to obstruct, impede, influence, or interfere with me as an independent senator in the performance of my duties. The opposition leader reassured me of my freedom of speech in Parliament. I appreciated his support, especially as a few minutes after I had been sworn into office, he had announced that he had known me for many years, and I was his friend. Uncharitably, I must confess, I had responded by paraphrasing Sparrow in his Calypso, the princess and the cameraman, thus, if I wasn't there in Parliament and here with my ears, and somebody had told me I was his friend, I would have said a lie. He told me after the sitting he was hurt that I had denounced him. You see, despite his thunderous voice, the leader of the opposition, senators, is a soft man. He is a gentleman, and he forgave me. He has assisted me in understanding the workings of Parliament. When I couldn't fathom the rationale for some of his standing orders he invoked on occasion, I heard him explain, as a former presiding officer, he was well aware it was detrimental to health to sit for long periods. So his motivation was his concern for the health of the presiding officer as she had to rise to deliver her rulings. He was therefore providing her with opportunity for exercise. That's a good man. Madam President, on the first day of this debate, I heard May's parliamentary practice being quoted selectively by two opposition senators. They purported to quote from Erskine May Parliamentary Practice 24th edition, page 222, under the rubric Freedom of Speech and Debate, and said, a member may state whatever he thinks fit in debate, however offensive it may be to feelings or injurious to the character of individuals, and he is protected by parliamentary privilege from any action of defamation, as well as from any other question or molestation. One of them glossed over, and the other totally ignored the important phrase which precedes the particular quote, and which qualifies the right to freedom of speech. It says, subject to the rules of order in debate. See chapter 22. When you go to chapter 22 of May's, and I have my copy there in my bag, May's parliamentary practice, this phrase limits or governs the operation of the principle of freedom of speech. And it points to the standing orders with regard to the conduct in the Parliament. So in omitting those words, they to put it mildly, gave a false impression that the rule about freedom of speech was in freedom of speech and freedom of conscience, which is guaranteed in the Constitution. It was a clear and frontal attack on the freedom of speech, he said. As an experienced politician, he knows that freedom of speech, Senator Mark, is not absolute, not even in the Constitution. Now let's look at the Constitution. Section 55(1). It says, subject to the provisions of this Constitution and to the rules and standing orders regarding the procedure of the Senate and House of Representatives, there shall be freedom of speech in the Senate and the House of Representatives. So you must always look to see, what do our standing orders say? And I crave your indulgence to quote from the text. In the past, members, again, were frequently called to account and punished by the House for words spoken before the House. Some have been admonished, others imprisoned, and in the Commons, some have been expelled. The unquestionable right of the Lords to commit a peer for words spoken in the House was recognized by the Court of King's Bench in Lord Shaftesbury's case. In modern practice in the Commons, however, the disciplinary powers of privilege are not normally resorted to. It is more common for offensive words to be dealt with by the exercise of the summary powers conferred on the chair by Standing Orders number 42, 43, and 44. What are these summary powers? Our equivalent provisions are Standing Orders 52, 53, and in the House you have 54 and 55. And these orders require that members conduct themselves in a fit and proper manner. They specify that the President of the Senate has responsibility for order in the Senate. They outline the nature of the conduct that may be considered improper or grossly disorderly conduct and the nature of the sanction that may be imposed, including an order to withdraw from the session for the remainder of the day's sitting. Didn't you see that today? Suspension for 7 days for the first-time offense in a session. We haven't seen that yet. For 30 days for a second-time offense in a session, and on any subsequent occasion within the same session for a specified period or time or for the remainder of the session. The member's personal remuneration ceases during the period of the suspension. They could be hit in their pockets. If a member who was ordered to withdraw refuses to obey the president, she has the authority to have him forcibly removed. Remember in the last parliament, this other one who always used to lose his school? They had to take him out sometime. Order 52.4 defines conduct that can be deemed grossly disorderly thus. It includes conduct during proceedings where the member creates actual disorder, acts in a manner that displays flagrant disobedience to rulings of the chair, or where the member acts in any other way to the serious detriment of the dignity or orderly procedure of the House. Madam President, opposition senators stand accused by Senator Vieira that on Thunder Thursday they engage in gross disorder. Having examined the evidence and heard their poor defense, my verdict is failure to uphold the dignity of Parliament by disregarding its rules, guilty. Failure, using unparliamentary language, guilty. Disobeying and ignoring the authority of the presiding officer, guilty. Engaging in conduct calculated to obstruct, intimidate, or impede members in discharge of their duties, guilty. Making abusive and malicious assertion against independent senators, guilty. Imputing false and improper motive and casting negative reflection on the character and impartiality of independent senators during the proceedings of the Electoral College and in the media, guilty, guilty, guilty. The action of the opposition may be considered contempt.
Senator, you have 5 more minutes.
The offences were committed in the face of the Electoral College with the Honourable Speaker presiding and fully imbued with all the powers and authority to do what was necessary in the circumstances, summarily or otherwise. It would seem a tactical decision was made not to risk aborting the proceedings by ordering opposition members to withdraw, suspending them or citing them for contempt, but to have the tempestuous proceedings continue and the vote taken, which is what occurred. Section 28 of the Constitution establishes an electoral college as a unicameral body consisting of all members of the Senate and all members of the House of Representatives assembled together. It provides for the Speaker to preside as chairman over the proceedings and for the Electoral College to regulate its own procedure, but no regulations have been made to guide members of the Electoral College. In the absence of procedural guidelines, the Speaker and her able parliamentary staff that work long hours every day conducted the required research and prepared guidelines for conduct of the proceedings. The opposition, on the other hand, strategized along the road to mayhem instead of doing what law students do, looking at the facts, identifying the issues at hand, searching for relevant legal authorities, applying them to the facts, and arriving at a conclusion. Thus, they were caught flat-footed and understandably angry. Their anger, I can understand, but their disrespect and abuse, I cannot condone. Going forward, I would recommend that regulations be formulated for proceedings in the Electoral College. Now, I have heard in this House that, that people qualified to speak on about privileges and constitution because of a distinguished pedigree in law. And I have taught law students for 27 years. And unfortunately, I know I cannot support or saw no evidence of learning law by osmosis, I am afraid. So what I condemn in the strongest terms, the reprehensible conduct of the opposition senators. I do not join in Senator Vieira's call for censure of the unparliamentary conduct. It is my considered view that even in the absence of detailed regulation, it was within the province of the presiding officer to deal with its orderly behavior. The standard of behavior required under the standing orders in the Senate and the House of Representatives cannot be different from when they meet together in the Electoral College. Further, I do not consider that there is any deficiency whatsoever either in the standing orders or in parliamentarians' knowledge of ethical conduct. They know what to do. They know what the rules are. There is a deficiency, however, in enforcement. I do not think, therefore, that this code of ethical conduct is necessary. Having said all of this, I thank you for the opportunity, and I hope that Thunder Thursday will never, ever be repeated in this Parliament of Trinidad and Tobago. I thank you.
Minister of Foreign and CARICOM Affairs.
Madam President of the Senate, I appreciate this opportunity to contribute on a motion brought by independent Senator Anthony Vieira. Madam President, in life, as in politics, we are defined not just by the differences we have amongst each other, but by the manner in which we seek to prosecute and resolve those differences. We are defined not just by the differences we might have across the aisle, but by the manner in which we seek to prosecute and resolve those differences. It is my humble view that those who have something good to offer this beautiful twin island republic will be characterized by respect for the rule of law, by regard for the rules of this chamber, by courtesy, and by the ability to listen, even if you do not agree. On the flip side, Madam President, those who have nothing good to offer this nation will be characterized by disrespect, disregard, discourtesy, a propensity for shouting down others, mockery instead of engagement, abuse instead of tolerance, lack of discipline day after day, sitting after sitting. Who do those descriptives describe, Madam President? The actions outlined in Senator Vieira's motion, committed by UNC members of the Electoral College, in any right-thinking citizen reading the descriptives or any impartial observer, those actions should trigger not revolution, as Senator's favorite phrase, not revolution, but revulsion. Those descriptives should trigger revulsion, Madam President. And today, I sat here in the Senate, and I heard my colleague across the aisle, Senator John, pleading not guilty based on what? Freedom of speech, pleading not guilty based on freedom of speech. And I wanted to ask Senator John, Madam President, you must have freedom inside of here, but the independent senators must not have freedom to vote unfettered and unabused? What is that? What kind of standard is that? I want to go a little further, Madam President, and I want to go on the record today to thank the independent senators, all of them, for their service to the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago. I have taken careful note. Many of them have been victims of assumptions and presumptions, and we are very good at that sometimes in this country. We make assumptions based on your physical appearance. Yes, senators? We make assumptions based on your physical appearance, Madam President, based on your ethnicity or apparent ethnicity. We make assumptions based on a decision you may have made, a phrase you may have used, someone you agreed with or disagreed with. We make all sorts of assumptions, and sometimes it comes down to assuming which side the independent senators are on. And many have been guilty of making those types of assumptions, Madam President. So I want to thank them for their service. And sometimes they might find themselves the unwitting victims of a wilder political blood sport, when desperate figures may go hunting for the head of the President of the Republic. Won't dwell on that too much. They may be unwitting victims of that kind of hunting that might take place. And they have to file with the Integrity Commission. The media and the public often misunderstand their roles. I've taken careful note. Their salaries are relatively small, as has been reflected, and they have very few perks. One of the perks, the vehicle concessions, was attacked in the most ridiculous manner by another member of the Senate, a member of the opposition bench, in what I will always refer to as one of the most gargantuan examples of political hypocrisy that I have ever heard. So I want to thank them, Madam President. In the history of our parliament, we have had 87 independent senators to serve this country since 1961. And the opposition has come into this Red House and tried to dictate how this current batch would vote on matters in this parliament. And Madam President, I don't really want to go through the entire Hansard record, but several of the preceding speakers have not. And I just want to reflect for the public's awareness what transpired on Thursday, 21st of October. And I will just be very brief in my sequence, because on the record, on the Hansard record, I see Madam Clark, a member of staff paid by our taxpayers, conducting a vote. And I see her call the name, as is the proper order, of a member of the independent bench. Mr. Teemal, his name was called, Madam President. He responded properly by way of vote. He has a choice. He made his choice, he voted no. That's on the Hansard record. And then I see on my Hansard another name whose name was not called by the staff, Mr. Roberts. You're just like them, inaudible, PNM. This is not during the course of a debate, Madam President. This is during the course of a vote. And in a democracy, we take voting a lot more seriously than that. Voting is sacred. Voting is respected. It is deemed to be held, to be practiced unfettered, free from fear. I am reading something very different here. And to hear the member speaking before me, Senator John, trying to plead not guilty based on freedom of speech. Senator Roberts says, interjects, you're just like them, PNM, to Senator Teemal. Imagine that. Imagine that. Incredible. And then to go on, Madam President, Madam Clark calls the next independent senator on the row, Mrs. Thompson-Ahye. Mrs. Thompson-Ahye votes according to the record, no. Honorable members, continuous shouting, not one, all of them, shouting over the vote of an independent senator in the People's Parliament. Shouting, shame, shame. Mr. Roberts again, laughing. She should go up for Port of Spain South. She should go up for Port of Spain South. Dr. Dillon-Remy, called by the tax paid clerk. Dr. Dillon-Remy, she also votes. Dr. Dillon-Remy votes. Senator John. Senator John. Surprising to me, I must confess, interjects PNM. The clerk says, Mr. Welsh. Mr. Welsh votes no. Continuous shouting by members of the UNC bench. Senator Roberts, who is not here for reasons of indiscipline, interjects, singing for your supper, this country sweet too much, sing for your supper. And Senator Naked then interjects, and all the Hansard was able to record when he spoke, inaudible. Not surprising in that regard. Inaudible. It wasn't something good, I could tell you, Madam President, because I was there along with my colleagues, sitting silently and respecting the democracy and its conduct in this chamber. Silently. Something inaudible. So, Madam President, I want to thank these independent senators. On October 21st, on the record, they were abused, bullied, attacked, savaged, berated, denigrated, and the most audacious assumptions and presumptions were leveled against them by a full double bench of desperate, disrespectful, intemperate let me be careful. Members, intemperate members. And what could they have done to avoid that abuse? I want to ask that question, Madam President. What could they have done to avoid that abusive treatment? Only one thing: side with the abusers. And that is the definition of thuggery, Madam President. That is the very definition of thuggery. And this occurred in their workplace, and we need to take these things more seriously. This is the workplace of these independent senators, as it is ours. They enter into their workplace and they are treated with hostility and abuse. And the staff of the Parliament, Madam President, sometimes I feel sorry for them because this is their workplace too. And when we have that kind of toxicity being released, sitting after sitting, culminating in this travesty on October 21st, we are poisoning their work environment as well. And I apologize to them on behalf of the members of the UNC bench of this Senate. Madam President, what could they have done to avoid this abuse? We need to start calling a spade a spade. And I want to agree with my colleague, the Minister of Tourism, who very diplomatically called out Senator Richards for his attempt to be balanced at the wrong time and on the wrong matter, and saying to effect, well, both of them just do the same thing. That does not apply in this debate, Madam President. Only one side conducted themselves in this manner. Only one side. Madam President, if anyone in this country wants to find an example of dictatorial behavior and thuggery, I invite them to read the Hansard record of Thursday, October 21st. Traditionally, Madam President, it was very easy when I was growing up to tell the difference between the upper house and the lower house. It was very easy to distinguish between the Senate and the House of Representatives. Easy. Here, a higher standard of professionalism, a higher standard of decorum, higher level of language, comportment, senatorial, distinguished, learned, elevated, respectful. respectful. And by her selection and lack of leadership, one person has changed all of that. I will not name the person. One person has changed all of that. You see some empty chairs on the other side. You see 2 occupied chairs. One person has changed that and has tried to bring the upper house below the level of the lower house in this country. Strong words, Madam President, but this is my respectful view of what has been happening in this country. Madam President, the UNC has argued that when the independents vote with the government, it means that they are PNM. But this is the same opposition that refused to support legislation that prohibits child marriage in this country. This is the same opposition that refused to support legislation that prohibits child marriage, the marriage of little children in this country. What should the independent senators have done in that debate? I ask the question. I await an answer from those on the other side. And a lesson to them and to any primary school child listening to this debate. It is not reasonable to assume that one or more independent senators would support all matters brought by the government or that they would support all matters brought by the opposition. It's just not reasonable to assume that. And I want to turn my attention just a little further to Senator John, because she did speak before me. Senator John, Madam President, tried to speak about the first peoples of our land, and I was shocked by her decision to do so. She said that we are all standing on the shoulders of the first people, and she referred to the bones found under the Red House. We are standing on their shoulders. Madam President, the audacity of Senator John. Because for her information, the first peoples of this land and this region were highly respectful of their environment. They were highly reverent they revered the elements around them. They understood the concept of time and place, and they knew what was sacred and what was not. They knew what was appropriate and what was not. So to try to use them, the first people, to justify the disgraceful behavior that's on the record of this chamber is unacceptable, and I reject it. And then Senator John went to A.N.R. Robinson, a most dignified and distinguished statesman who graced this building on many occasions and was head of state and head of government, and abused his words, attack with full force. Yes, he said attack with full force. She tried to use that as a rallying call for the UNC to denigrate members of the independent bench. Could you imagine? Attack with full force. Senator John, what President Robinson was rallying was a defense against thuggery on that day, a defense of democracy, a defense of this parliament, a defense of our constitution against thugs and rogues, not a rallying call in itself for thuggery. Please. And her decision to bring him into this debate reminded me, Madam President, of the 1988 U.S. vice presidential debate, when a famous, a senator by the name, a U.S. senator by the name of Dan Quayle started making a contrived reference to JFK. And his opponent said, "Stop right there, Senator Quayle. Stop right there, Senator Quayle. You're talking about JFK, but let me tell you, you are no Jack Kennedy." And I want to tell Senator John and every member of this opposition Senate bench, you are no A.N.R. Robinson. Please leave him out of any attempt to defend the behavior that we're discussing here today. I was offended. Madam President, in the entire history of the PNM in the Red House, upper and lower house, you will never have seen the type of conduct that we saw on October 21st, directed against independent senators as a whole. We've had hundreds of votes on all sorts of matters. The Electoral College, that wasn't the first time the Electoral College met. The Electoral College met in 1976, the 29th of December. It met on the 28th of December, 1981, the 16th of February, 1987, the 18th of February, 1992, the 14th of February, 1997, the 14th of February, 2003. It also met once in 2008, in 2013, on the 19th of January, 2018, and then on the 21st of October, 2021. I count 10 times. 10 times the Electoral College was gathered and summoned to respond on behalf of our democracy. And we never saw anything close to the conduct that we saw on this last occasion. In 1,000 years, you will never see PNM senators shouting down as a collective and intimidating independent senators during their vote. You will never see that. This conduct was unprecedented. It has never happened before, and I pray to God that maybe due to the contribution of Senator Vieira and his courage in bringing this motion, I pray to God it will never happen again. Madam President, but it has to be dealt with. It has to be dealt with. There must be a reckoning. There must be a taking into account, because the same characters may be present, the same desperate political environment may be at play. The same head of state is in office. This must never happen again. Madam President, I disagree with many of the things independent senators have said on the record. Fundamentally, Senator Vieira knows I take umbrage sometimes when he comes with his ivermectin narrative. He knows that. It's no secret. I've stood up here and attempted to rebut some of the things he said, and he may have rebutted some of the positions I have held on that important matter. We disagree. We fundamentally disagree. But that's a good thing. That's why we're here. If we all had the same position, we would need no parliament, Senator Lyder. There would be no need for the parliament. It's not just the fact that we agree or disagree. It is how we conduct ourselves in our disagreement. I disagree with many of the things other independent senators have said. And I'm certain, they disagree with me on many occasions. But Madam President, I would never take God out of my thoughts and behave the way all of these UNC senators behaved on the 21st of October. Never. And I speak on behalf of my colleagues as well in saying so. I disagree with them many times, the independent senators, but I will defend their right to be wrong. In my opinion, they may be wrong. I will defend their right to be wrong, because that's what our Constitution demands. I may strongly disagree. I will never disrespect, Madam President. I will never go out there on social media, as I see being done, and conduct myself in the most obscene, disgraceful, denigrating manner. Not once, but over and over and over again. And even some of the newer ones who've come in here. Obscene and disgusting behavior. What is the example for our children? What is the example for the next generation? What is the example for our own children when we behave like that? And this is not in our house. This is not on the street. This is here. This is here where there are rules, where there's a presiding officer. On the record. Recorded for all time. Disgraceful. Madam President, it is a basic tenet of civilization that you would not prevail on a matter of principle if you choose an approach that is unprincipled. You will not prevail on a matter of principle if you choose an approach that is in itself unprincipled. I wouldn't read the Hansard again, but what that describes to me, what that outlines to me, is an approach that is fundamentally unprincipled. What are they saying to us? The end justifies the means. They are defending democracy in their distorted view so they can use undemocratic means to do so. What's the difference between that and what happened in 1990? Tell me. Because that's the same logic, maybe at a different caliber. I would agree, I would concede. But, we are defending democracy, so we are entitled to use any means we wish, the most undemocratic means. They are bringing back order to this country. And how are they doing so? Their main tool is the tool of disorder. You cannot create order by disorder. This philosophy is reminiscent of, I said 1990, when lives were lost. We're talking about defending.
Minister, you have 5 more minutes.
Thank you, Madam President. So, Madam President, I have another message to members opposite on the UNC bench. Madam President, they are not doing the membership of the United National Congress any good service in this conduct. They are doing them a disservice because people look at the parliamentary channel. Youth parliamentarians look at us and try to emulate us. Oh my God. Youth parliamentarians look at us and try to emulate us. School children study us. They do. They do social studies. They do ethics. They study us. And they will study what happened on the 21st of October. The conduct of opposition senators was far below any minimum standard. I dare say Basdeo Pandey would never have tolerated that conduct. I'm saying it big. Basdeo Pandey would never have tolerated that conduct. And a president picked Manning over him. A president picked Manning over him, and yet we saw on the 21st of October. He and his senators never stooped so low. Because when you impede the independent senators in the conduct of their duties, you are attacking our Constitution. You are attacking our democracy. You are attacking our independence. So the message, Madam President, to them, think over your strategy. As desperate as you may feel sometimes, we've all been there on the opposition side. Think over your strategy. You are attacking all that stands between us and the jungle. There must be a better way. Senator Mark, there must be a better way than that. In conclusion, Madam President, I hope some UNC senator has the backbone to swim against the tide and apologize for their offensive collective conduct on the 21st of October. There must be a better way to oppose. And if this UNC can't find it, I hope and pray for the sake of Trinidad and Tobago that the next UNC can. Mr. Vice President, I thank you.
Senator Souza.
Mr. Deputy President, I want to once again thank you for allowing me the opportunity to address this august body. And Mr. Deputy President, may I take this opportunity to once again express my deepest appreciation to the Leader of the Opposition, Kamala Persad-Bissessar, for the opportunity to serve in this Honorable Senate. Mr. Deputy President, I have been carefully looking at this matter since the 21st of October, 2021. But what worries me the most is the fact that an independent senator, Senator Anthony Vieira, would go as far to claim that 2 sitting judges from the Court of Appeal contacted him through WhatsApp messages. I listened to the Minister of Tourism, but he spoke about my colleague's need for a book on how to deal with matters in this House, but he hasn't spoken about the fact that the Honourable Senator chose to drag 2 judges from the Court of Appeal and members of the local embassies of Trinidad and Tobago that I've not heard none of the members on the PNM side or none of the independent members talk about that. And that is a serious, serious offense. Mr. Deputy President, I want to quote from the Hansard contributions by Senator Vieira on page 20, when he said, classic abuse, classic bullying behavior, and blind to the gap between expose, value, and the actions. He went on to say, 2 judges from the Court of Appeal have sent him WhatsApp critical of Senator Lachmidial's rudeness. Mr. Deputy President, what I'm about to say, I cast no aspersions whatsoever on our judges and our judiciary. Somebody in this chamber have already done that. And that statement made by Senator Vieira concerning 2 Court of Appeal judges, I find extremely worrisome. I think this raises serious questions on our judiciary. Also, thus far, the Chief Justice has made no comments.
Mr. Deputy President, on a point of order, please, and it's an important one, 46.8.
Thank you. So, Senator Souza, as much as you're responding to something that was said by Senator Vieira, the line that you're going down would be in breach of the standing order raised because we do not speak to actions by the judiciary in this chamber. Understood? So I will caution you at this point to not go down that road that you're about to go down in relation to individuals in the judiciary. Continue.
I am guided by that. But you must understand, sir, that this really does bring this entire country and the judiciary too into disrepute. And so if we just leave these things to not be answered, it will leave a very dangerous scar on the minds of the ordinary citizens and as to the independence and impartiality of our judiciary. If these claims by Senator Vieira are remotely true, and I were to appear before the Court of Appeal judges, would I get a fair trial?
So, no, Senator Souza, this is exactly what I'm trying to caution against. So let me explain again. That line where you're questioning the members of the judiciary is not allowed under Standing Order 46.8 in this chamber. So any points that you have in relation to that, you're not going to be allowed to raise them. If you have any other points, I would invite you now to move on to those.
All right. Well, I do have a few other points I want to see. I think that in light of this motion brought by Senator Vieira against members of the United National Congress, I think that it should be considered that it is wrong for him to assume one thing, but it is right for the others to assume another. And I think that we have a right to determine matters that are impartial to us and to the law. Of course, they're also expected as members of the Independent Senate to also hear what the United National Congress is saying. And I understand all of that. But when I listen to both members of the government side, the Honourable Member of Tourism and Dr. Amery Browne, when I listen to them as if we have been the only government to do all the wrong, and that they are not ones that to throw words and throw stones. I listened to the Honourable Minister of Tourism say that a book should be drawn up to teach Senator Roberts and us how to act in this Honourable Senate. But what about a book drawn up for other members on the other side to learn how to treat their wives and their children?
Senator, that is not allowed. I would ask you to retract that statement and apologize.
I will do so, Mr. Deputy.
You need to say the words, Senator D'Souza, I retract and apologize.
I retract and I apologize.
Thank you.
But I will still say,
okay, members. Let us, Senator Mark and other members, let us not get ahead of ourselves. Senator D'Souza, yes. Continue as cautioned.
I want to then say that this matter where Senator Vieira spoke about justice and so forth, I want to say that we in the United National Congress feel strongly about it. As you know, Mrs. Bissard-Bissessa has penned a letter to the Chief Justice about it, and we really feel strongly about this entire matter. And so, where I am not allowed to quote on what I wrote about and what I feel is very important to safeguard our independence, our judiciary, and the rights that we have, I still say that Senator Vieira his actions as an independent senator should be that of an independent senator. And so while I agree with what some of you are saying, I disagree with the fact that we should not have a right to give our Republican Constitution, which gives every member of Parliament the fundamental right of freedom of thought and of expression, as well as freedom of speech, enshrined in Section 55(1) of our Constitution. And I want to remind this Honorable Senate, in particular Senator Vieira, through you, sir, that Parliament is not a picnic or a party, but a forum for expressing our highest manifestation of genuine democracy, of the people, by the people, and for the people. And in closing, I wish to join my colleagues on the opposition benches in completely rejecting Senator Vieira's motion, which we all view as frivolous. Thank you, Mr. Jefferson.
Senator Dillon-Remy.
Mr. Vice President, I do thank you for the privilege of being able to participate in what I consider a very important debate. The motion being brought by Senator Vieira. Mr. Vice President, as I was considering how I should contribute to this debate, I had three options in my mind. One, should I add fuel to the fire to emphasize how just disturbing I found the proceedings of the Electoral College of October 21st, 2021? Do I throw water to put out the flames? Or should I do my part in using this crisis as an opportunity to build and create something better for our Senate and our Parliament? Mr. Vice President, I seek to take the third option. We are all aware of the proceedings of the Electoral College of October 21st, 2021, which led to this motion being presented. 4 months have passed since that fateful day. And by now, I think most of us would have had time to reflect on the events. So this debate coming 4 months after, now hearing the people's positions, I am thinking that we are in trouble, Mr. Vice President, because it seems as though nothing has changed since that fateful day of October 21st, 2021. The positions seem to be the same. I had time to rewatch the proceedings via the Parliament's YouTube channel, just to see if there was still merit in the motion. So whether, as time has passed, whether what happened on that day will still have the same effect on me. And Mr. Vice President, I am saddened to say that the event still bothered me greatly. So this is why I'm saying that today what I seek to be doing, what I will seek to do is to bring the debate, to this debate, how can we build from this? Many of our persons who have spoken before have spoken about what the Hansard of the Electoral College contained. So I would not go over those areas again. But I would just say that as a citizen, seeking only to serve my country, it was indeed a distressing situation to experience, and one that I know could deter other well-intentioned citizens seeking to contribute to our nation's development. The motion before the Senate is not frivolous. When I looked at the House of Representative Powers and Privilege Act 2.02, the section 10B, which says, any person assaults, obstructs, molests, or insults any member coming to, being within, or going from the precincts of the House, or endeavors to compel any member by force, insult, or menace to declare himself in favor of or against any proposition or matter pending or expected to be brought before the House or any committee, and that's what 10B says, and further down it says, is liable to, there's a summary conviction, etc. Mr. Vice President, during the meeting of the Electoral College, I am of the view that the behavior of the opposition senators sought to insult independent members of the Senate, to declare him or herself, as ourselves, in favor of the matter that was before the college at the time. And that is to vote in favor of what the opposition had brought before the Electoral College. This motion calls for this Senate to censure members for their behavior. And Senator Vieira is clear that what he's asking for is censure. I note in Senator Mark's contribution to the Senate on November 23rd, and again, Senator Jearlean John's comment that this is a matter of freedom of speech and freedom of expression. In other words, they're implying that while they have the privilege to speak as they desire, and it's called freedom of expression, when a senator votes the way they think they should vote, it is considered by them as not in keeping with what they want, and therefore we are not independent. It does not make sense, Mr. Vice President. And it was said then, what happened on the 21st, what happened in the debate on November the 23rd, when we first started this debate, it was that it was a freedom of expression. It's being said again now. So in other words, nothing has changed. The 4 months has passed, and there's no reflection that gives any other view other than that. It was freedom of expression. Well, if it's freedom of expression, all of us have freedom of expression. And therefore, you cannot blame me or anybody else for voting the way I do or any other the independent senators did. It does not make sense. It can't be good for one and bad for the other. Mr. Vice President, many viewpoints will have been expressed since that fateful day. And I would quote from the perspective of Michaela Pandey, the Patriotic Front leader and daughter of the UNC founder and former Prime Minister Deoroop Teemal. She posted on Twitter and said, on October 21st, 2021, and I quote, "Maybe there should be an entry-level exam on the roles and responsibilities of parliamentarians, parliamentary procedure, and the standing orders. It might raise the standard in our parliament. Our parliament has been reduced to a fish market with members jostling for 5 minutes of infamy. Is this the example our representatives want to set for the youth looking on?" Senator Thompson-Ahye has already referenced the Newsday article with the PNM member, Ferdy Ferreira. Former Speaker of the House of Representatives, Barendra Sinanan, commented on the lack of respect shown towards the Speaker of the House. And he told the Newsday on October 13, 2021, the MP should show dignity and respect the chair. He added that one has to behave in a manner that doesn't bring the House into disrepute. So you have to behave in a dignified manner. The manner that he was talking about is the manner that the senators are indicating was right and proper for the House, their behavior in the House. It was not seen by others, and it was not seen. I do not think it was right and proper behavior. Mr. Vice President, it goes without saying that the proceedings left much to be desired. And this ushers in my plea to us as leaders, a plea that has been overstated by myself to the extent that I'm nothing short of a broken record. Nevertheless, I will continue to champion the cause for change until change comes. I want to be clear. I welcome colleagues expressing their perspective and debating their views passionately. But as the old people say, there is a way to do things. I'm also very clear that since coming to this chamber, I have enjoyed some very passionate and excellent contribution by members from all benches. Mr. Vice President, I also wish to stress that I have no malice, prejudice against any member of the opposition. In fact, one such senator was my son's coach, and I have great respect for him. My problem is not with passion or freedom of express views. It is with the name-calling, imputing improper motives, etc. And Mr. Vice President, I would agree with Senator Richards that it is not only from the opposition side. We have had incidents where the government ministers or minister or senators have called opposition members by names. And though that is not the issue that we are discussing here, these things do not happen overnight. What happened on October the 21st is not something that just popped up on a day. It happened because of things that would have happened before. And my understanding is that on both sides, we need to change our behavior. So I've heard government ministers or senators call opposition members stupid, little boy. In those cases, Mr. Vice President, usually it is not said in loud enough for the chair to hear. But we hear it, and it usually results in, activities that are just unacceptable. I know, as we have heard today from the opposition bench, they have said this is politics, it's a cut and trot of politics. And we have heard that when you look at other parliaments, you see how people behave. The implication here is that because there are parliaments that behave, what people would say is worse than ours, we should accept it. Mr. Vice President, opposition senators, it is not acceptable behavior. And when something is wrong, it is wrong. You can't expect to be calling on other people for good behavior, and your behavior is not good. So I'm suggesting that good behavior is good behavior regardless of who is doing it. And that is what we should be seeking to a standard of conduct we should be seeking to conduct ourselves as members of the Senate. I am saying that October 21st happened, and we must do something about it. And I do commend Senator Vieira for bringing this motion to the House, because something needs to be done, and it needs to be done now. Mr. Vice President, the principle in leadership that states people do what people see. If our leaders use words as weapons to disrespect and tear down fellow human beings, should we really be surprised when other members of society use whatever weapons they have at their disposal to do the same? I'm in full agreement with the sentiments expressed by the article by Rhea Tate. It was referenced before by Senator John, but I'm going to, there's another part that I want to bring out in that article. And it was of November the 4th, entitled, Vieira Calls for Code of Conduct. And the quote is, if members of parliament are allowed to flout accepted standards of behavior, it could send the wrong signals to it could send the wrong signals to members of the public who may also engage in that kind of conduct, end of quote. It then begs the question, what kind of Trinidad and Tobago are we creating, and what lessons we are sending about leadership? In Senator Richards' contribution on November 23rd, he did intimate that he considered it was an issue of leadership, and I do agree with Senator Richards' position. Senator Mitchell spoke that, and also Senator Browne, indicated that this has nothing to do with leadership. Specifically, it has to do with, in other words, not general leadership, it has to do with only the leadership of the UNC. I am not of that view. This is not something that is on one side. I am absolutely sure that what we are seeing here is as a result of what is happening generally in our society, and we have to use this opportunity to bring change, rather than just looking at one side and saying that you are the ones who have to change. Senator Richards talked about leadership, and I add that good leadership can be cultivated through good values, and that it is through these values we can foster ethical human behavior. Mr. Vice President, in my budget presentation on October 26, 2020, I talked about leadership, saying, and I quote, "Everything rises and falls on leadership," so that for us to move across the Red Sea, and indeed we have a big Red Sea in front of us right now, we need leadership development. We need to develop leaders who are purpose-driven, principle-centered, and values-based. What do I mean by this? Leaders that understand their purpose is to serve people, and they must operate on principles such as fairness, justice, and operate by values that are agreed upon by us in Trinidad and Tobago. And I ended that quote by saying, Madam President, I am suggesting that we need to live by some of these defined values, end of quote. Former CEO of Hewlett-Packard, businesswoman and politician Carly Fiorina, once said that some people want things to remain the same because chaos profits. But remember that as leaders, we are supposed to make things better for all people, and this is what we are seeking to do here today, to improve the way we lead as parliamentarians, to put aside our own agenda and focus our attention on the agenda of the nation and on our people. This means that there must be internal transformation that leaves the external evidence. Mr. Vice President, we are all human, and I do acknowledge that we err at times. We are all prone to error, and many of us have made our own or fair share of mistakes. But as Courtney C. Stevens said in her book, The Lies About Truth, if nothing changes, nothing changes. Simply put, if we continue to do things the same way all the time, we would not expect to get a different outcome. So what can we do differently? I am submitting the concept of values-based leadership, leadership guided by ethics for your consideration, and this is why I agree with Senator Vieira that we do need that second component of the motion. And Senator Mitchell indicated that he does not see why there should be a book to tell parliamentarians, not just parliamentarians, but opposition parliamentarians how to conduct themselves. Senator Mitchell, it is not new. There is an example of leadership guided by ethics can be seen in the Handbook on Parliamentary Ethics and Conduct, a guide for parliamentarians done by the Global Task Force on Parliamentary Ethics and Westminster Foundation for Democracy. That handbook was intended to develop common ethical principles which call on members of parliament to safeguard democracy and human rights, serve the public interest above all else, ensure public integrity and avoid conflicts of interest, carry out their public duties professionally and transparently, and value diversity and political pluralism. On page 11 of the handbook, I quote, "The development of high ethical standards depend more on politicians than on the contents of an ethic and conduct regime. It relies on MPs understanding and respecting the regime. Developing a new system is therefore a political process which should seek to carry the agreement of members at every stage, identifying opportunities for reform and starting with broad principles with which few can disagree will provide a basis from which to build not only detailed rules, but also the political will to establish certain standards of behavior, end quote. This talks about two things. It talks about the people, the MPs, the members of parliament themselves, and also the developing the regime. I do agree with Senator Randall Mitchell in that you don't put a book would not help a person. You could put a book, and many books are put, but the book does not help the person to make the changes. You need the changes going on from inside, and this is what they are saying. The MPs understanding and respecting the regime. So I am agreeing that we do need the ethical standards, but I'm also saying that we need something that goes on the inside. Senator Roberts, in his contribution on page 95 of the Hansard of November 23rd, said, in this motion, I quote, in this motion, Senator Vieira says there is a duty to uphold the dignity and discipline and decorum of Parliament. Who determines this dignity, discipline, and decorum? Certainly not you, Senator Vieira. Was this not the Speaker's job? In this motion, is this motion an attack on the Speaker? End quote. Mr. Vice President, Senator Roberts' question is valid. Who determines what is dignity and discipline and decorum? And I would add, whose values do we adopt? I submit that together as a body, we can agree on important values by which we should operate. We can define those values and we can seek to live by them. Senator Vieira in his motion said that a select committee be established to consider and report on a code of ethical conduct and behavior for senators. I'm recommending that this select committee could consider similar objectives to that considered by the authors of the handbook, and that we arrive at a settled position on parliamentary ethics to the extent that it births a new culture that bridges the political divide between government, opposition, and independent senators. Mr. Vice President, I think this is separate and apart from the standing orders. The standing orders deal with the governance of what happens in terms of our functioning here. This deals with who we are as people. And I think this is different, and therefore I think it is necessary. However, I repeat that unless we are each willing to become the definition of ethical wherever we find a deficiency in our own lives, then the legislated position will become nothing more than a set of good ideas on paper. As former Speaker of the House of Representatives, Barendra Sinanan, the article I quoted above, he said that in the Newsday on October 13th, you can't legislate for everything. That is why you have to depend on the people's sense of maturity and their own sense of what is right and what is wrong. Persons must have their own moral compass to live by and what they believe. But just as important is that we must have an agreed set of ethical principles. I read an article from a contributor to Forbes magazine, Dr. Bruce Weinstein, who asked 20 leaders from a range of fields a simple question: what does ethics mean to you? The answer had to be no more than one sentence, and the answers were all similar to that given by one leader, Elizabeth Schwartz, an employment lawyer, and that answer was doing the right, decent thing even when you have the power to do convenient, self-serving thing. Mr. Vice President, Dr. John C. Maxwell wrote a book entitled, There's No Such Thing as Business Ethics. There's only one rule for making decisions. In that book, he proposed that rule is the golden rule. Do unto others as you would have them do unto you. A version of this principle is found in all major religions and traditions. In the same way, I would propose that as we move forward from this point, we seek to live by this rule. And if we do, that is doing unto others as we would like them to do unto you, if we do this, then we would have no problem working with each other. We would not be calling others names because we don't like to be called names, etc. This means embracing the value of putting others first. It should reflect the resolve of every parliamentary leader who has pledged to put country first. We are not going to agree with each other. We are not going to agree on everything. But the point is that we must treat all colleagues with respect, listen to understand, use appropriate parliamentary language, act professionally with civility and decorum, and foster space for plural political discourse. This may seem nothing more than a lofty ideal, but I have the confidence that our population wants this because people are looking at us as leaders. And I'm also convinced that if we put our mind to this, we can achieve it. It's not business as usual. We cannot continue, Mr. Vice President and senators, on the government bench, on opposition bench, and independent senators. I'm speaking to all of us. Before I close, please envision with me a Senate where we listen to each other without judgment or imputing improper motives, where we value each and every person because each of us is valuable. Why? Because we are made in the image of God and should be treated with respect. A Senate where we live lives of integrity, our words and our deeds are in alignment, where we are able to forgive if we've been wronged. We do not carry baggage of unforgiveness. What if we have a Senate where we all have hope for the future because we have the confidence in our people and their abilities? Mr. Vice President, what if we sat around tables and discussed these values, each one evaluating him or herself, not teaching, preaching, counseling, but sharing, and each one aiming to improve how we live out these values? Mr. Vice President, if we do this, and if we get more and more of us living out these values, I am convinced that we will see transformation in the way we do business and in the way we govern ourselves and our nation. And that transformation would come from inside out, not by imposition from outside. Mr. Vice President, we can look at countries that are doing this. Guatemala started a process like this in 2013. We have Paraguay, we have Costa Rica, and more recently the Dominican Republic. They have embarked on this type of transformation, dealing with values in terms of their country. In his book, Change Your World, Dr. John C. Maxwell says, and I quote, "The smallest action is better than the biggest intention. No one ever intended their way to greatness. We have been waiting on others to change the world. You don't get attention by talking. You get attention by taking action. Today, I am asking us all to seek to be the change that we want to see. Let us take action to develop a code of ethics.
Senator, you have 5 more minutes.
And also agree on the principle of adopting transformation tables for senators. Mr. Vice President, October 21st, 2021 was a day in our Parliament's history that we should not forget. My hope is that the events of that day would allow us to move to higher ground in the way we lead in our beloved nation. This is not a call for PNM, UNC, or independence. It is a call for all of us to seek to govern better. I thank you for allowing me to contribute.
Minister of Social Development and Family Services.
Edmund Burke once said, "The only thing necessary for triumph of evil is for good men to do nothing." And I, Mr. Vice President, refuse to sit silently and do nothing against this evil that is threatening to entrench itself within our upstanding Parliament. Hence the reason I am making this contribution in this motion today. Mr. Vice President, I thank you for the opportunity to join in this debate. Despite Mr. Burke's wise words, I must confess that I was a bit hesitant about contributing today for the sole reason that I did not wish to give any more oxidant to the blatant disrespect and callous disregard for authority that were displayed on that fateful day in October. Indeed, I wish to blot that shocking episode from my mind. Mr. Vice President, as I listen to the desperate and feeble attempts of the opposition team justifying this disgraceful conduct, led of course by Senator Mark,
a gentleman with the distinction of having presided over both houses of Parliament, and Senator Roberts, who I know is much brighter than he sounds and appears to be. I knew that I could not sit and say nothing. After all, facts do not cease to exist just because they are ignored, and you cannot take back the spoken word once it has been uttered. No matter how hard you try, you cannot walk it back. And the fact is that the opposition senators from this chamber launched a reprehensible attack on their independent colleagues and sought to cast aspersions on their integrity and ability to perform their function in an impartial manner. Furthermore, they sought to lead what was tantamount to an insurrection against the presiding officer, perhaps drawing inspiration from Russia's October uprising of 1917. However, their attempts in that sit-in on September 23rd, 2021, to distance themselves, Mr. Vice President, was like a scene from a bad horror movie where we all watched in stunned silence, appalled, shocked, disturbed, and horrified. We have witnessed such display before, but never to this extent. October the 21st, 2021 will go down as one of the darkest days in the history of the Parliament, and therefore, from the onset, I condemn in the strongest manner the uncouth and yet carefully calculated disrespect meted out to the opposition senators, to their colleagues and the presiding officers, whether through the overt actions of some, the silent complicity of others, or the utterances of those who chose to skirt around the issue, pretending that it was just another day in Parliament. Mr. Vice President, what are we to make of this? What should be our response as a legislative body presiding over the laws of this country? Shall we turn a blind eye and pretend it did not happen? Or should we push back and say that this is not good enough for us? We are much more better than this. Senator Vieira's motion, which seeks on the one hand, and I quote, to censure the unparliamentary conduct of said opposition senators who have attempted to obstruct, impede, influence, or interfere with said independent senators in the performance of their duties, end of quote. And on the other hand, offer a remedy by means of the creation of a code of ethical conduct and behavior for senators is as welcomed as it is necessary. What I have recognized is, as the words of our former President A.N.R. Robinson stated in his address to the nation on the 5th of January 2005, is that, and I quote, bad habits are gathered at slow degrees, as streams running into rivers and rivers into sea. So things happen day by day. You accept them, and then they keep creeping up until you are overwhelmed. You cannot do anything. You cannot do anything more about them. So, Mr. Vice President, I believe that Senator Vieira is not willing to take that chance, and I believe this is why he has taken the action that has brought us here today. I heard Senator John quote our former President, A.N.R. Robinson, also, but I think my colleague, Dr. Browne, dealt with that already, which was indeed a bad quote. For too long, Mr. Vice President, and despite the many pleadings of the presiding officers, opposition members of this Senate have demonstrated scant courtesy to the long-accepted rules of this honorable House, seeking instead to create and abide by their own rules. From the belligerence of Senator Lyder, who I'm expecting to come and shout, the bellowing of Senator Roberts and Senator Naked, to the blatant misbehavior of the rest, they have collectively cheapened the value of the opposition bench and the quality of representation demanded of those of us who occupy these seats of privilege. It is a pattern of behavior that sacrifices the trust of the electorate and the sanctity of this Parliament in favor of cheap politics, cheap tricks, and meaningless attention-grabbing antics. Mr. Vice President, the motion declares, and I quote, all senators have a duty to uphold the dignity, discipline, and decorum of Parliament and defend it against disrespect, end of quote. And from the smallest child to the eldest citizen, no one can deny that the behaviors of members opposite at the Electoral College on October the 21st, 2021 was far from dignified. It lacked both discipline and decorum and was downright disrespectful. What is harder to swallow is that it appeared to be a carefully calculated, premeditated, rehearsed, and vicious attack, which was carried out in the full glare of the public without a care in the world about the impact of such behavior on those who may be watching, the elderly, persons with disabilities, children, our nationals in the diaspora, and the wider international community. Their failure to uphold the dignity of Parliament by disregarding its rules, by using unparliamentary language, by disobeying and ignoring the authority of the presiding officer, not only served their narrow political interests, but even more unfortunately, diminished and eroded confidence in our public institutions. As painful as it was to see it unfold, Mr. Vice President, it was unsurprising because it is straight out of the UNC's playbook. That which they cannot control, they seek to destroy. Mr. Vice President, it is a paradox of our modern democracy that we have the conditions and tools to enable our political system to work better than ever before. Yet, we are forced to spend hours discussing the dysfunction. The reality is the political system has instead helped corrode it. The leeway and latitude afforded parliamentarians by means of their freedom to speak in this House were abused in the most despicable manner. In politics, Mr. Vice President, as in other aspects of life, abundance can be good, but excess is often harmful. Mr. Vice President, their strategy is as clear as day, but rooted in darkness. Since August 11, 2020, we have been subjected to a continuous onslaught, whereby parliamentary sit-ins were sometimes converted into another election campaign or Monday night forum. But, Madam, Mr. Vice President, Ecclesiastes 3:1 says, there's a time for everything and a season for every activity under the heavens. And this type of behavior speaks to a complete disregard for when the season of campaigning ends and governing begins. It is harmful for decision-making and speaks to a lack of understanding as to the difference between campaigning and governing. And I can tell you, Mr. Vice President, it is exhausting to all of us and the public, and further erodes the trust they have in politicians. This permanent campaigning only encourages short-termism and places the focus solely on an opportunistic grab for media headlines. Sadly, this approach only fans the politics of negativity and gives for us and makes for us an us against them culture in this country. And I wish to reiterate, it stretches the patience and erodes the trust of voters. This permanent campaigning, Mr. Vice President, is aided and abetted by the modern 24-hour news cycle, which both enables and encourages it by providing platform and spur. The ability to always command attention when there is so much airtime available permits persons to transform themselves into wannabe political superstars and make a spectacle of themselves, flying high but lacking in substance. Is this the kind of reputation you want to be remembered by and have recorded in the annals of the Parliament? Such behaviors come at the expense of eroding the public's trust and confidence in the political system, which makes governing a contributing factor to decline in voter turnouts and also causes persons with abilities that are needed by our country to stay away from public life. Which citizen in his or her right mind would willingly step forward and be subjected to the kind of character assassination experienced by some of our independent senators? Which citizen would want to have their name dragged through the proverbial mud? Mr. Vice President, if the citizens cannot trust their parliamentarians to set the example and behave with civility and respect for each other, from whom else can we expect it? On that fateful day in October, the opposition members of this Senate behaved terribly, and thanks especially to the all-pervasive media and that decision taken all those years ago to allow the televising of Parliament. Ordinary citizens saw and heard this, and they disliked what they saw. In a March 2018 contribution to a public policy journal, Australia's former chief scientist, Ian Chubb, put his finger on this problem when he said, and I quote, "I can see on television the people we employ to work in our interests behave in a way. Sadly, at a time when trust is so low, contempt so high, it appears they don't even try to get better. They seem not to understand that trust is what we give them when they earn it, not what they get because they are where they happen to be." End of quote. In 1978, our own storytelling calypsonian explainer described the behavior of parliamentarians of his time in the song, "In Parliament, They Kicks In." Fast forward to this present time, it appears that rather than improving the behaviors of some parliamentarians have instead deteriorated. The behaviors of some parliamentarians have instead deteriorated to an unacceptable level. Mr. Vice President, it is a source of constant bewilderment to me that some opposition senators are aware that they are infuriating the public by often conducting themselves in Parliament like out-of-control adolescents, but yet they fail to curb this conduct. Sadly, they are only present in this chamber because this is the best the UNC has to offer. Mr. Vice President, maybe it was the adrenaline of the chamber. Maybe it was an opportunity to perform for their leader and the public. But perhaps it was because they knew the entire country was focused on this event. Perhaps it was the pursuit of the parliamentary point. But whatever drove them to behave in a manner that would be unacceptable in almost any workplace is costly to both them and to the political process, and could be easily changed by a bit of collective restraint. Of course, Parliament will always have its moments, but chaos and insult throwing should not be the norm. It is unacceptable and should be swiftly and soundly condemned by all rights-thinking citizens. Addressing the United Nations General Assembly in September 2018, the UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres warned that the world is suffering from a bad case of trust deficit disorder. And according to him, I quote, "Trust is at a breaking point. Trust in national institutions, trust among states, trust in the rules-based global order. Within countries, people are losing faith in political establishments. Polarization is on the rise, and populism is on the march." End of quote. I dare say, Mr. Vice President, that the major task of restoring political trust is inextricably linked to the task of critically reflecting on our own behavior as leaders in our communities and country, and then working towards significant reforms to social and economic policies. And it is against this background that Senator Vieira's call for the establishment of a select committee to consider a code of ethical conduct and behavior for senators could be a light to penetrate this darkness. A code of conduct is really a written agreement between parties laying out acceptable behavior in specific situations. Therefore, what is being proposed is no earth-shattering proposition. Many companies have them, trade associations, the Girl Guides, the Scouts Association. Who are we, Mr. Vice President? We can have one in this house also. Why not? A 2012 background study on professional and ethical standards for parliamentarians from the Office of Democratic Institutions and Human Rights stated the following, and I quote, "The regulation of parliamentary behavior and ethics standards is an essential element to secure public trust in the efficacy, transparency, and equity of the democratic systems, as well as to foster a culture of public service that favors public interest over private gains." Various regulatory models exist to control the conduct of parliamentarians, with a visible trend towards developing codes of conduct of acceptable standards of parliamentary behavior and ethics. Indeed, recurrent scandals and controversies in parliamentary democracies suggest that reform of ethics regulations carried out in an inclusive, transparent, and consultative manner could be an important element in restoring trust in democratic systems of government, end of quote. Admittedly, though, many parliaments have not developed codes of conduct or ethics, preferring to rely on professional standards that exist in the web of laws, including their own rules of procedure and standing orders. Mr. Vice President, we in this parliament rely on our standing orders to regulate our affairs. We also have a privileges committee clothed with the authority to impose sanctions of different sorts on errant parliamentarians. And we have relied exclusively on the decency, and to use the distinctly Trinbagodian word, brought up see, of our parliamentarians to conduct ourselves in a manner that would lend itself to order. And indeed, as my colleague Senator Rambarat indicated in his contribution, by virtue of our oath of office, we have a solemn duty to uphold the dignity of this parliament, a duty that transcends the narrow parochial interests we believe we are called to defend. And that's what this debate is about, duty to country and fidelity to our oath. But, Mr. Vice President, the broad brush of odium, ridicule, and contempt that has been used to paint all parliamentarians, not just the errant and tantrum-throwing opposition senators, must give us reason to pause, as this motion is asking. The authors of the background study referenced earlier noted that the introduction of codes of conduct is a growing trend that takes into account new dynamics, such as higher public expectations for public representatives, as well as politicians' demand for increased guidance and advice in their ethical decision-making. Mr. Vice President, a 2013 report produced by Transparency International entitled "The Effectiveness of Codes of Conduct for Parliamentarians" opined that, and I quote, "The overall purpose of codes of conduct for parliamentarians varies across countries. However, they typically set objectives such as provision of a set of ethical standards for parliamentarians, promotion of ethical behavior and discouragement or avoidance of unethical behavior, provision of guidance when a parliamentarian is faced with difficult decisions, establishment of values and responsibilities, provision of defense against unfounded accusations, increase or restore citizens' trust in the institution, increase accountability, and statement of professional conduct." The report went a step further and added, and I quote, "The effectiveness of the Code of Conduct for Parliamentarians may depend on a range of factors, including a process of consultation and discussion prior to the enactment of the code, the existence of an active civil society, free media, a functioning integrity system, an effective protection mechanism for whistleblowers, and parliamentarians' commitment." Note, parliamentarians' commitment, end of quote. So, Mr. Vice President, I respectfully submit that based on this list of ingredients, this Parliament is just about ready to engage in the discussions envisaged in Senator Vieira's call for the establishment of a select committee to consider and report on a code of ethical conduct and behavior for senators. We are all familiar with the scripture, Luke 12:48, that says, "To whom much is given, much is expected." With some poetic license, I wish to submit a new reading that says, "To whom much is given, much will be demanded." As senators, we have been selected and entrusted with the great responsibility of representing the interests of our society. Such responsibility demands that our decorum would be reflective of the gravity of the position we hold and be a model for those looking on, particularly our children. However, the uncivil and dishonorable conduct of the opposition senators on that day represented for me a dereliction of duty. Mr. Vice President, as adults, we cannot condemn the unruly behaviors and bullying activities of our young people while simultaneously excusing our own behavior by disguising it as our right to freedom of expression. Truly, we are privileged to have the right and ability to share our unfiltered voices during our contributions. Yet, the constant interruptions, name-calling, and complete reckless behavior of the opposition senators on that October day set a new, unacceptably low precedent when addressing matters in the Parliament. Is this how we want to represent ourselves and our country to the impressionable youth of this nation? Is this the kind of standard we want to set for young generations to emulate? Those opposite have a tendency to view politics as a competition. They oppose for opposing's sake, rather than seek the interests of the people of Trinidad and Tobago. I don't know if anybody used to play pitch, but I used to play pitch with my brothers. And you know, the behavior is tantamount to petulant children who hurl insults as they snatch up their marbles and leave when the game does not go their way. This immature, infantile behavior is negatively affecting the morals and mindsets that young people are being raised with. Mr. Vice President, if this conduct took place in any one of our secondary schools, it would at least mean a trip to the principal's office for the perpetrators, suspension, and a possible expulsion if this was not the first offense. In other words, some kind of reprimand would have been prescribed. Mr. Vice President, this type of behavior displayed in this honorable House should not be tolerated. As parliamentarians, we cannot simply sit down in silence, drink water, and mind our business, because the attacks were primarily against the independent senators and the presiding officer. If we fail to speak out now, we may find ourselves in a similar predicament as the narrator in the poem, Firstly They Came, which was mentioned in Senator Paul's contribution. And by the way, where is Senator Paul? Indeed, Mr. Vice President, the behavior meted out to the presiding officer by the opposition senator should concern even you. For as the saying goes, today for me, tomorrow for you. However, even if we attempted to keep quiet on this matter, the walls of this chamber and the stones surrounding this parliament will cry out for something to be done, because we just cannot go on this way. And as I close, I wish to echo the sentiments of Senator Dayal Singh, who called on the opposition senators to offer an apology to the independent senators for the disrespect meted out to them. They did not only disrespect them, Mr. Vice President, they disrespected all of us. We did not deserve that treatment. Nothing we have done justified that type of public ridicule and humiliation. If the members on the other side apologize, this could signal the beginning of the rapprochement needed to begin the healing process for the trauma our nation suffered on October the 21st, 2021. I would like to say that I'm aware we are not perfect individuals. We are not all perfect. So I humbly suggest we all look within ourselves, because I know that we can do better. And let us do what the king of pop music, Michael Jackson, said in his popular song, Man in the Mirror. If you want to make the world a better place, take a look at yourself and make a change. I thank you, Madam President.
Senator Lyder.
Thank you, Madam President, and welcome back, Madam President. And, Madam President, why are we here today? All dressed up and assembled in this chamber. The lights are on, the camera is rolling, the clock is going. The parliamentary staff is moving around diligently, hard at work, paid for by the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago. And, Madam President, we are here today to do the people's business. Or indeed, we are supposed to be doing so. Instead of doing the people's business, what exactly are we here debating today? Madam President, when people are dying, when people have lost their jobs, when businesses are closing down by the thousands, when children are being deprived of a quality education, and when crime is running out of control, when people have become hopeless, battered and bruised by this PNM government. What are we doing here today? There's so many things we could be debating here today. Matters and proposals for the benefit of our citizens. So many matters of national importance and urgency right now, Madam President. Yet we have stopped the public business for a second time today, and looks like it's going to go on for a third time. We are here today to debate a motion by Senator Vieira about the conduct of opposition senators. And I heard a reference to the last speaker speak about high school. Well, that's exactly how I'm feeling now. As if all 6 of us are being pulled into the principal's office by the head prefect. Madam President, in my contribution today, I will establish that the Parliamentary Convention is on the side of the opposition. That the motion amounts to a waste of parliamentary time, and that the traditions of the Parliament and the Constitution supports the position of the opposition. Madam President, of course, we will not be allowed to go and speak much beyond this motion and what the speakers have spoken about. We will not be able to speak about how this motion jumped the line. And of course, we can't speak about the fact that this was allowed to be debated ahead of other scheduled motions. But I hope, Madam President, to speak and to say that what we did on October the 21st was in the defense of our democracy, Madam President. I want to go down on record, Madam President, for the benefit of future generations, to say that what I did on the 21st of October 2021, in objecting strenuously to a stifling of our debate, was in the best parliamentary traditions of robust and free speech for the people, on their behalf, and for their benefit, Madam President. So I have absolutely no regrets whatsoever regarding our stance on that day, and I don't intend to apologize. Because, Madam President, this motion is frivolous, this motion is vexatious, and it is a complete waste of parliamentary time. Madam President, we see for the first time in our history a senator from the independent branch bring a motion of censure against not one, all 6 opposition senators. An opposition that represents more than 309,000 citizens who voted in favor of the UNC, juxtaposed against a senator that represents himself. And when I respond to any debate, I usually face the government benches. And I was searching amongst the 15 government senators to see who would have been the mover of this motion. But, Madam President, because it is inconceivable that we can expect to look at the left and see anyone bring a motion of censure against 6 opposition senators. And this is especially after listening to the contributions made by Senator Roberts, Senator Mark, Senator John, Senator De Souza, that outlined the baseless nature of this motion. And I will not repeat the arguments of my colleagues, but to say that from this motion we can find no grounds that opposition senators raised on that fateful day which would have breached any of the standing orders of our Honorable House. And as a result, it is indeed disappointing that I should be facing the independent bench today, Madam President. Madam President, Senator Vieira, by this motion in the 4th line, cites the opposition's comments in the media. It's clear. Therefore, it is only fair for me to reference Senator Vieira's comments in the media at the very same time. And I am deeply concerned, especially when I reflect upon the words of the well-respected former independent senator and senior counsel Martin Daly, following reported responses of several independent senators, including Senator Vieira. But we are just responding to Senator Vieira today. Martin Daly gave his response in an interview on CNC3 with Kamal Georges when he said, and I quote, "I am distressed that 1 or 2 independent senators want to carry a separate fight with the opposition. I think that it is quite wrong and it is going to damage the bench, the independent bench as an institution." And I say today, Madam President, with this motion, there is indeed damage to the bench. Martin Daly then went on to state regarding the robust language towards independent senators, and I quote again, "You may not like it, it may hurt you, but you should not respond, especially if you're an independent senator. They are not a caucus. They should stand away and make individual decisions unfettered by party discipline. They should not get into that fight." You see, Madam President, this refers to part of the motion where Senator Vieira speaks to the language that used by the opposition senators, where Senator Vieira says in his motion, he speaks towards abusive and malicious assertions by the opposition. What we can learn from the position that former independent Senator Martin Daly is the reinforcement of the principle of the independent benches, where we do not only accept the independence of the 9 independent senators as a body, but rather the independence of each senator from each other. In other words, all 9 are 9 independent separate benches. So I take into account the senior counsel Martin Daly said about the independent senator must sometimes take a knock on the chin to preserve the perception of independence. So we have to conclude with this motion that Senator Vieira cannot be perceived now as unbiased on any bill in the future.
Senator Lyder, I will ask you to withdraw that statement. I will also remind you that this motion is not about Senator Vieira. I will ask you please to read the motion, understand what it is about, and then make your contribution accordingly. Please withdraw the statement.
Thank you, Madam President. I withdraw the statement and I move on, except to say that I am responding to statements made in the media by Senator Vieira.
Senator Lyder, I have given you some advice. You're actually taking the advice and then you're going on to justify why you did what you did. No need. Just move on, okay?
Thank you, Madam President. So, Madam President, as I move on, again, Senator Vieira, by this motion, in the 4th line, makes reference to the opposition's comments in the media. And now I would like to directly reference Senator Vieira's comments to the media at this time, as others in this chamber were able to do, Madam President. So, in an interview with the Express on Wednesday, November the 4th, last year, Senator Vieira disclosed to the media that he was absolutely appalled by what happened at the Electoral College. And in his words, and I quote, "It was disgraceful and it will go down in the annals of history as one of the darkest days in our parliamentary proceedings." Madam President, in my humble opinion, this is Senator Vieira playing judge, jury, and executioner for the opposition in the media. And when I listen to contributions from Minister Young and the Honourable Minister of Tourism and Culture and the Arts, it is clear that Senator Vieira and many other contributions on the PNM side, Senator Vieira is getting a lot of support from the PNM. Not as much support as I heard from some responses by the other independent senators. In fact, Senator Cox recently just came off from the platform and called me belligerent. And I take offense. I felt that was a bit abusive. So I'm not sure who wrote the speech for Senator Cox, Madam President, but that is not Senator Cox. I don't know her to be so abusive in language. Madam President, Senator Vieira, however, didn't stop there. The senator in the Express article on November the 4th, 2021, also accused the opposition of double standards, where he stated, "You come there and wrap yourselves in the robes of democracy and say, oh, you are fighting for the democratic rights, and people must be free to speak out and to choose and to vote for their consciences. And when the independents vote, you boo. If I start to boo, when they vote, how would you like it?" And I heard Senator John say, well, boo. But I also wish to inform the Senator Vieira through you, Madam President, that his statements, in my opinion, seem to be laced in emotion when he says that about us. It gives the impression that the entire motion was initiated because of a deep-seated desire for gratification, and by extension, some level of politics. Madam President, we in the opposition do not engage in action for mere gratification or personal satisfaction. We engage in action to fulfill our oath of office as set out in the first schedule of our Republican Constitution, which states, and I quote, "to uphold the Constitution and the law, and to conscientiously and impartially discharge the responsibilities to the people of Trinidad and Tobago. And to this end, Madam President, we shall hold no brief for any member in this House. Our duty is to uphold the Constitution. Therefore, if we note that the actions of a member of the House is contravening the Constitution, then like the loyal opposition, we are and we shall stand in the gap for the people of our nation, and we shall not be removed, Madam President. Madam President, it is instructive to note the view of another independent senator who contributed in this debate, Madam President. And when I looked at the Hansard and viewed Senator Paul Richards, I must submit that there seemed to be some amount of opposition to Senator Vieira's motion in certain comments that Senator Richards stated. In fact, in their summary positions, they couldn't have been further apart, Madam President. So to quote Senator Richards from the Hansard in the debate of this motion dated on November the 23rd last year, he stated, and I quote, "I have diversions and opinions on some of the aspects, in particular, some of the phraseology which comes as a surprise to some." And you know, Madam President, it is instructive to note that Senator Richards followed up this statement by pointing out to all members, including Senator Vieira, that Parliament is not a tea party. Parliament is not for the faint-hearted. In other words, Madam President, Parliament is not child's play. This is the people's business. The fact may have proven a bit elusive to Senator Vieira, however, it didn't escape Senator Richards, because he noted to have said on Hansard regarding the phrasing of the motion, and I quote, "I have to admit I had some discomfort with it, not because I'm casting aspersions as to Senator Vieira's intention, but because of how the people in the wider society and in a very acrimonious and conflicted political environment may view that." Now, Madam President, we in the opposition need not go further than that. That written text on the Hansard, the spoken words of Senator Richards, other than to state that his other colleague, Senator Yalsing, also expressed some level of disagreement with some of the positions in this motion. So we have a lot of support from the PNM side, but there was some differences on the independent senator side. His words, Madam President, Senator Richards' words were so disconcerting that it gave Senator Richards great discomfort. We in the opposition say we understand the discomfort that Senator Richards was feeling, as we understand the discomfort of the citizens in this country under this government. And this is the reason why we brought the Section 36 motion on the President of the Republic. Senator, and I'm not going into that motion.
Senator, you're not going into it. Move on, please.
Yes, Madam President. So, and this is to do with the actions on that day. We felt the need for impartiality and the perception of such on October the 21st, when we called for the proceedings to be conducted in a certain manner. So I'm making reference to our reactions. So I think that all is left humbly, Madam President, for Senator Vieira to do now is to produce a clear and concise and unequivocal apology to all 6 members on the opposition, to this honorables and to the Honorable Senate and to the nation, for my opinion, in wasting parliamentary time today. Madam President, to follow on from the points so eloquently made by Senator Richards, I now move on to the 4th line of the motion, which reads, "And whereas all opposition senators who were present at the meeting of the Electoral College on October the 21st, 2021, made abusive and malicious assertions, imputed false and improper motives, and cast negative reflections on the character and impartiality of all independent senators during said proceedings of the Electoral College and in the media." In the media. This statement made, Madam President, was unfortunate. It is unbecoming of the Parliament Court to conduct and cast judgment before a fair hearing is conducted. Madam President, as a legal luminary that you are, Madam President, this much would be crystal clear to you. Crystal clear to you. For this line alone, the entire motion should be struck down and cast away, because judgment without justice is bullying. And to borrow from the words of the former Prime Minister, because he was referenced in this debate, the late Patrick Manning, there is no room for bullying in this parliament, and I wonder who he was referring to. But let us review what Senator Vieira is on Hansard referring to as what he said. And I'll start off with what he said about me. He quoted me. He said about Senator Lyder, and I quote, "Madam Chair, we in the opposition Senate have not had the luxury to have heard our leader deliver the motion. So you have reduced us to having to toe the line with those in the lower house, and we have not been able to hear them vote here today, so we do not even know what we are voting." Is that abusive? Is that, what
Madam
is that?
President,
He went on, Madam President, to state.
46-1, please. 46-1, please.
Senator Lyder, a standing order is being invoked. May I be allowed to hear it, please? Minister.
46-1.
Senator Lyder, I'll allow you to continue, but I think you need to be a little more focused on what the motion is, okay?
Thank you, Madam President. I'll be very brief here. I'm simply responding to what Senator Vieira presented in his debate when he piloted this motion. So I'm speaking directly to that, and I will move along quickly with it, Madam President. Madam President, and I think there was other references to what was said on that day by Senator Vieira, so I should be okay to move very quickly. Madam President, Senator Vieira went on to say that Senator Nakid said that this is most undemocratic proceedings we've ever seen in the Parliament of Trinidad and Tobago. Senator Vieira, then reading the Hansard, Madam President, went on to say that Senator Mark said this is death to democracy. And finally, as I move quickly, Senator Vieira, then reading the Hansard from the Electoral College, stated that Senator John called out PNM when Senator Dillon-Remy voted. Now, it may have been premature for Senator Vieira to conclude that Senator John made that statement in reference to a particular senator, but notwithstanding that, I did not know that belonging to a political party could be bad, abusive, or malicious. Though I could understand that being called a PNM might be abusive. For me, if somebody called me a PNM, I'll say I'm being abused. That's my personal opinion. I might say that they're being malicious towards me. But that's my humble opinion, Madam President. I didn't know that calling somebody PNM was malicious and abusive as stated in this motion. But my colleagues on the other side would not agree with Senator Vieira on that one. Therefore, they cannot support the wording of this part of the motion from Senator Vieira unless they agree with us on this side that it is indeed abusive to be referred to as a PNM. And I don't mean to be facetious, but how is any of these things imputing false and improper motives and casting negative reflections? This begs the question, Madam President, if Senator Vieira could be accused of misleading. Could he? The House, when he uses this language in the motion. Madam President, Minister Young stated that Senator Vieira's motion caused him to go through emotions, if I am to paraphrase. However, this motion strikes at the heart of a serious matter of our democracy. So whilst I commend Minister Young for exposing that he was filled with emotion, I must state that to properly prosecute this motion, one must come to the Parliament with a clear mind so that sober thoughts can prevail and not blind emotion, as we saw with Minister Young. Madam President, Senator Vieira spoke about upholding the dignity of Parliament and the rules of the motion. Madam President, the role of the independent senator in this nation's Parliament is one that gives the state its distinctive role. Some would say that it gives the laws that emanate from the overall Parliament wider appeal to various non-aligned cross-sections of the population. And this is why these independent senators must engage in self-regulation. So it's necessary to ensure they remain within the confines of the functions of independent Senate. They must also ensure not only that their actions are not intended to be partisan. There must also be no perception of political bias.
Senator Lyder, I don't know where you are going with this. Okay? I don't know. I'm sorry. So you need to really tie in what you are saying. This is not a debate about the general roles of independent senators. You need to be a little more specific to the matter at hand, okay?
Yes. Thank you, Madam President. And I was actually just getting to the point before I was stopped there with your advice, Madam President. The action must give the public the impression that they have not entered the political guile. And I'm saying to you that this motion gave many people in this country, along with the opposition, that impression that Senator Vieira was entering the political guile. By the wording of this motion, it is clear that Senator Vieira has taken a position against the opposition. That is clear by the wording. Madam President, a review of the parliamentary practice in the Australian Parliament, the following observation points to this need for independence, and I'm going to make the point here with this example again, if you allow me. And I quote, whilst the two large parties have supported major changes to Senate procedures and are the major players in the day-to-day operation of the Senate, it has been the existence of a minor party and independent senators that have given the Senate its distinctive role. And on the role of the independents in Australian Parliament, the review went on to say, and I will say this quickly, from this lack of government control has sprung the independent role of the Senate in scrutinizing legislation and in holding the government publicly accountable. Madam President, so this is my point. In the last statement is very instructive because it is at odds with what we have been brought here to Parliament to debate today. Not on one single occasion has a senator in the 12th Parliament brought a substantive motion to do anything towards holding this government to account. And in fact, if my memory serves me right, and I heard the ivermectin being referenced to earlier, but if my memory serves me right, I can only recall motions on the adjournment about insect vector and ivermectin. I stand to be corrected, but that's where it begins and ends. So in filling of this motion by this independent senator, it displays a clear grievance with opposition senators. And it raises the issue that there can be no confidence, in my humble opinion, of this senator to be unbiased.
Senator Lyder. It's either you follow my guidance and my previous rulings, or you will have to take your seat. I've told you before, this matter is not, the motion is not on Senator Vieira. And you are making some statements that really are not permissible. Okay?
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, Senator Vieira, by his motion, attempted to state that the opposition senators imputed false motives on his part and on the part of his colleagues. Yet when you examine the stance taken by the opposition, it was one where we pointed to clear conflicts of issues, conflicts of interest that arose. Even as attorney, Senator Vieira would know that we, within our constitutional right as senators, to raise questions of conflict. So I invite all colleagues to revisit the events of the Electoral College. And Senator Vieira and other independent senators, I will say, Madam President, they draw their appointment from the Constitution under Section 40, serving at the pleasure of the President. The opposition is in the Parliament because of 309,000 plus patriots who voted for the United National Congress. And Madam President, hand in hand with our position in Parliament is the right to freedom of speech in the Senate, as set out in Section 55 of the Constitution. Therefore, as members of the opposition, we exercised our Section 55 rights in accordance with our oath. Therefore, as members of the opposition, Madam President, I wish to remind Senator Vieira that we took an oath, and we did so without fair favor, when we sought to hold the highest office holder to account. We, the opposition, when the nation sought accountability, fearlessly stood up for the citizens and called out the President at that time.
Senator Vieira, Senator Lyder, I'm sorry, I'm going to have to ask you to take your seat now because you are not following the guidance that I have been trying to give you. You are now bringing the office of the President into this debate. That is not part of the debate, and that is also against the standing orders. So I'm going to give you one last chance.
Madam President.
Right? But you have 5 minutes, but I am warning you, I do not want to have to get up again to remind you of the standing orders.
Thank you, Madam President, and I appreciate your guidance. Madam President, If we turn to Erskine May on parliamentary practice, we note that, and I quote, the long historical development of the privilege of freedom of speech in both houses of parliament found statutory form in Article 9 of the Bill of Rights in 1689. Therefore, Madam President, long before the establishment of our Republican Constitution, the notion of freedom of speech was seen as a sacred right and an unimpeachable right. Madam President, when you examine the content of our speech, you note that we in fact fulfilled our duty on that day. Senator Vieira, by this motion, spoke about the decorum and dignity of the House. Well, let me draw an example, Madam President, from the jurisdiction where we draw our parliamentary practice. In the UK Parliament, stronger and harsher words have been used. Madam President, had Senator Vieira been a member of the House of Commons, he may feel to bring a motion of censure against the opposition every week. Madam President, in the House of Commons on a matter of holding the government to account, a UK parliamentarian when speaking of the government's record on the detaining and deporting of West Indians surrounding the Windrush generation issue, MP David Lammy stated, "If you lay down with dogs, you get fleas." Madam President, by Senator Vieira's motion, even this would have been more abusive. This is more abusive language. Madam President, as I close, the Senator did not make his concerns known during the Electoral College. Neither did any member on the independent bench or on the government PNM bench.
Madam President.
Today he states to the Senate.
On a point of order, please, 46-1, 53-1, and 53-2, please.
Senator Lyder, just finish your wrapping up.
Wrapping up, Madam President. Today he detains the Senate to obtain personal relief from his injuries. Senator Vieira also complains about mysterious statements made by the opposition in the media. Madam President, are we expected here to conduct a defamation trial because of a media report and a statement that somehow was offensive to the Senator? Because I thought that his media statements were very offensive. Should I bring a motion of censure against the Senator? Madam President, this is the People's Parliament, where we get down to the business of the nation. It is not for us to be detained to massage anyone's hurt feelings. The Parliament is bigger than Senator Vieira. The interests of the masses outweigh the emotions of Senator Vieira.
Senator Lyder, I have repeatedly told you, this is not about Senator Vieira. I will now ask you, please, to end your contribution.
Thank you, Madam President.
Senator Teemal. Senator Teemal.
Madam President, I thank you for the opportunity to contribute to this motion that is before this House. And first of all, I'd like to start by commending Senator Vieira for having the conviction to bring this motion before us, for it allows us the opportunity to reflect and engage in debate on a signal event in our history, which was the Electoral College of January 22, 2021. Sorry, I think I have that wrong. October the 21st, 2021, which was called to address the motion brought by the opposition to have Her Excellency Paul Amery's ORTT removed from office on issues surrounding the selection of a Police Commissioner. One of the two resolutions proposed in the motion before us reads, "Be it resolved that the Senate censure the unparliamentary conduct of the said opposition senators who by threat or molestation have attempted to obstruct, impede, influence, or interfere with the said independent senators in the performance of their duties." What I note in the glossary of parliamentary terms on the website of the Trinidad and Tobago Parliament, a censure motion is defined as a motion condemning the government, a minister, or a private member for some position which they hold, or for some action or lack of action for which they are responsible. And my understanding is that censure is an alternative to more serious measures against misconduct or dereliction of duty or contempt of Parliament, which also deals with the offense of obstructing the legislature in carrying out its function of hindering any legislator in the performance of his duties. I understand it to be non-binding in that it requires no compulsory action from the censured party, unlike a motion of no confidence, which may require the reference party to resign. In fact, in piloting this motion, Senator Vieira said, and I quote from Hansard, "The outcome of this motion should stand as a warning that unparliamentary behavior is unacceptable." And he also said, "When I speak of censure, all I'm asking for is for the Senate to collectively express its disapproval and condemnation of unparliamentary conduct. To be clear, I'm not calling for anyone's suspension or expulsion." Now, Senator Mark, in his contribution, and I refer to Hansard, said, "I want to say from the outset that if there was ever any doubt or doubts about the very close relationship and what one can describe as an alliance between those who have brought this motion against all 6 opposition senators and the contribution that we have just heard from the government, I think what is in the dark has now come out clearly in the light." Those were the words of Senator Mark. So Senator Mark alludes to those who have brought this motion and collusion between the those and the government in this motion before the Senate. Madam President, this motion has been tabled by one independent senator, and there certainly has been no collusion on my part with the government in the bringing of this motion. In their contributions, both Senator Mark and Senator Roberts sought to impute improper motives on the part of Senator Vieira for bringing this motion, and they both viewed this motion as frivolous, vexatious, shameful, disgraceful, vacuous, and lacking in substance. In this regard, I do not share the views put forward by the senators, and I would like to put on the record that I agree with the principle of the motion. I agree with the phrasing of the issues stated in the preamble to this motion. The 3 whereas, I won't take time to read them out. They have been read out a lot before in this debate. But those, in terms of the preamble to the motions, I fully agree with what is stated there. But however, having said that, Madam President, I do have some differing opinions on both of the resolutions contained in the motion. I submit that the issue that we are trying to address with this motion is much wider in its scope. It concerns the conduct of the proceedings of the Electoral College and the behavior of members in the Electoral College, and the wider need to prevent a reoccurrence of what transpired in the Electoral College on that day. It can be argued that since it is being raised in the Senate, it has to be constrained to the behavior of only the 6 opposition senators and cannot extend to members of the House of Representatives. Judging from the contributions of the government senators thus far, the government is supporting this motion. But, Madam President, I must say I have not seen any initiative on their part to initiate a similar or parallel path in the House of Representatives that would undoubtedly, in my opinion, have the potential to address the issue in a much more broader, much more effective, and a much more comprehensive scale to prevent that reoccurrence that I mentioned before. This view was considered by Senator Richards, who in his contribution mentioned the aspect of a broader scope. Now, his contribution has been interpreted in several ways by other speakers on this debate. But particularly, he indicated that because of the way the motion was phrased, it was limited because it focused on the incident during the sitting of the Electoral College. And it is focused on 6 persons when the actors, in his opinion, were part of a larger cadre. I know that Senator Rambarat did not particularly like this approach, for he did say at the beginning of his contribution, and I quote from the Hansard, "I know Senator Richards tried his best to have a different tone to this debate. But Senator Richards, I tell you this, it is a nice speech, but not one for today." Respectfully, I do not agree with Senator Rambarat on this occasion, and join with Senator Richards in the relevance of a broader context for consideration of this motion, for it may just only bring about a Pyrrhic victory. Finding a way forward to address the happenings in the Electoral College on that red letter day, and guiding future citizens to prevent future sit-ins to prevent a reoccurrence of what transpired, in my view, calls for a more pragmatic approach, which could require due consideration of the possibility of convening the Electoral College to debate an equivalent motion that encompasses the conduct of both the senators and members of Parliament in the Electoral College. Of course, there is a clear need from what transpired on that day for Electoral College regulations to address more than just the election of a president, as made under Section 34C of the Constitution. What transpired on October 21st, 2021, Madam President, clearly establishes the need for regulations for removal of the President under Sections 35 and 36 of the Constitution that will clearly provide comprehensive regulations for conduct of proceedings, including behavior of members in the Electoral College.
Yes, Senator Teemal, I need to caution you about the direction your contribution is taking, and I'll ask you to just try and deal more with the motion, okay?
Okay, thank you very much for your guidance, Madam President. Within the Constitution itself, Madam President, just to round off on what I was saying there, if I may be allowed, is that Section 28(4) of the Constitution, to me, allows for the Electoral College to regulate its own procedure and make provisions for the postponement or adjournment of meetings.
Which, Senator Teemal, is what I'm trying to caution you on, because I think I have cautioned other members similarly, that I don't think we should be treating with all of the decisions that went into the issue of the Electoral College. The motion is very specific about what happened during the Electoral College. I think that is what the motion is focusing on, and that's what the focus of the contribution should be.
Okay, thank you very much, Madam President, for your guidance. So I'll move on to the other resolution in the motion that is before us, and that resolution states that be it further resolved that a select committee be established to consider and report on a code of ethical conduct and behavior for senators. Madam President, I would ask the question that would this code of ethical conduct and behavior be for such within the Senate or would it also apply to conduct and behavior outside of the Senate in the Electoral College and joint sittings of both houses? If it is for conduct in the Senate, then I submit that we already have this adequately built into the existing standing orders of the Senate, and avenues of action for non-compliance are also well laid out in the standing orders of the Senate. If it is for conduct and behavior of senators outside of the Senate, in other forums such as the Electoral College and joint sittings of both houses, then should we as a Senate be setting codes of conduct and behavior for senators in another place? Or should that other place be regulated by its own rules? In the sittings of the Senate and the other place, issues of conduct and behavior would be managed by the presiding officer in each house in accordance with the standing orders of the respective houses. In my opinion, this did not and could not happen in the Electoral College due to the regulatory inability to control it. I would expect that senators and members of the other place would carry across to the Electoral College the code of conduct and behavior inherent in the respective standing orders. But maybe I'm being naive and I'm being idealistic in the arena of the political guile of adversarial politics, in which there seems to be no rules of engagement, and it's a free-for-all. Ironically, even in war, where lives are lost and countries decimated, there are still rules of engagement. Should this motion be passed, I do not see the opposition willingly participating in the select committee under the reality that they have been censured for their conduct and behavior. I know it can be said if they want to stay out, it is their decision. But would the possible lack of participation from opposition senators in this select committee contribute to the broader context that we inevitably have to address, and that is to provide comprehensive and effective regulations to guide the conduct of all in the electoral colleges for all possibilities that may arise due to partisan and adversarial politics that appear, judging from the contribution, particularly of the opposition senators to this debate, that appear to have no boundaries. Madam President, the preamble in the motion states, one of the preambles, and whereas all opposition senators who were present at the meeting of the Electoral College on October 21st, 2021, made abusive and malicious assertions, imputed false and improper motives, and cast negative reflections on the character and impartiality of all independent senators during said proceedings of the Electoral College and in the media. I would first like to focus on the comments ascribed to the opposition in the media. I know both Senator Vieira and Senator Dialsing quoted extensively from various articles appearing in the daily newspapers, and I don't intend to repeat them, Madam President. However, if I would be allowed to just summarize some of these comments, just to set a context for what I would like to say later down in my contribution. And these are some of the statements made. So-called independent senators capitulated to the PNM's will. Pandey called them the parasitic oligarchy. We have, in essence, invented our own aristocracy where these little barons and baronesses are handpicked, and they now want to lord it over the rest of us. Independent senators represent only themselves, are unrepresentative of the country, are members of a cloistered group of privileged and narcissistic validating elites who descend ever so often from their ivory towers to lecture us lesser mortals on our manners and deportment. PM Dr. Keith Rowley's rubber stamps, PNM puppets, We cannot count on the Itafood independent so-called senators to represent the citizens of this country. They are only there representing themselves, the president and the PNM government. This nepotism and Itafood behavior is what has also made the independent bench into the PNM bench in Parliament. This is the absolute worst and shameless independent bench in the history of TT, Trinidad and Tobago. They have disgraced and debased the status of the independent bench. I could go on and on. Madam President, I would have liked to engage in debate regarding these comments from the opposition, but I could not find any substantiation put forward for these claims. And as such, it is difficult for me to engage in parliamentary debate regarding these comments that have been made. As reported in the media, the opposition did allude to the number of times some of the present independent senators have voted affirmative for legislation brought by the government. But I consider this to be insufficient justification for the comments made against the present independent senators. It would be interesting if the opposition would have extended their exercise to include how other independent senators serving previous terms voted for legislation, particularly during the time the opposition was in government at the time. I'm sure that overall, the independent senators, past and present, have voted the majority of times for passing of legislation brought to the Senate. No one can accuse this independent bench of lack of diligence, lack of effort in bringing and defending proposed amendments to legislation. And no one can accuse us of meekly accepting legislation brought by the government. About the issue of conduct and behavior of the opposition senators in the Electoral College on October 21st, 2021, Senator Vieira did speak extensively about this in piloting his motion. And Senators Mark and Roberts said a lot about this in their respective contributions. My time is limited, and I do not intend to get into the semantics of language regarding what is unparliamentary language, or get into the gymnastics of debate about breach of privilege. The capture of the spoken word by Hansard and the visual of viewing it on the Parliament channel, Madam President, in my view, in no way captures the enormity of what was seen and heard in the Electoral College on that day. I was there, I know what I saw, I know what I heard, and I was shocked, I was disturbed, and I was saddened by it all. And Madam President, that is putting it quite mildly. A lot has been said by the opposition about the role or the job of independent senators during this debate and through their comments in the media. And what meaning do we put to the word independent in this particular context? It is worth noting that the 9 senators selected by the President are not referred to in the Constitution as independent senators. Nevertheless, as an independent senator, I am guided by certain unwritten principles, and I make my contributions in the Senate, and I vote in accordance with what I consider to be the right thing to do, and not because of preference for either the government or the opposition. Madam President, as an independent senator, does it mean that I am not expected to have views and opinions which happen to coincide with the thinking of the government or of the opposition? Does it mean that I should not favor one party over the other in general and local elections and relinquish my constitutional right to vote in these elections because I sit on the independent bench? In debating legislation, it is inevitable at times that I'm critical of government policies and actions or lack of it, and at times I've voted against legislation. Does this mean that I'm anti-government or anti-PNM? Should I present differing views and opinions about the policies, governance, and conduct of the government or opposition in public? Does this mean that I'm anti-government or anti-opposition? Does this mean that I have overstepped my boundaries and in so doing entered the political guile of adversarial politics and I should know my place and bat in my crease? What it all means to me is that I wanted to bring to bear on proceedings in Parliament the benefit of my personal and professional experience and to approach each and every issue with the sole goal of furthering the public interest and not that of any political party. What it means to me is that in seeking that public interest, I can select or I can choose to participate in public forums and also to speak to the media to express my views and opinion. I would support what I think is right based on my experience, my conscience, and a sense of values that are necessary to uphold the oath I have taken as a senator. Madam President, there is an ideal in this regard, that of the Stita Prajna mentioned in the Bhagavad Gita. I'll just spell it for the purposes of Hansard, S-T-H-I-T-A-P-R-A-J-N-A, Stita Prajna, and this is one who remains unmoved by relationships, preferences, circumstances, and conditions, and fearlessly maintains calm, clarity of mind, equanimity, and clear purpose in doing what has to be done. Madam President, during the course of the debate, reference have been made several times in this debate and other debates about the opposition receiving 309,000 votes. And the thinking that they have been placed here by the voting public. And as independent senators, we have not been elected, but we have been selected. And sometimes I get the impression that the thinking comes true because of this, that we are here to play a subservient role. And as Senator Lyder put it in his contribution, we are to operate within the confines of being an independent senator, whatever that is. Madam President, all of us here in this Senate have been selected and not elected. And when the PNM lost the election in 2010 to the PP government, I wonder if we can look at it and say that the PNM at that time was elected to form the opposition. They lost, and by default, they formed the opposition. The same way when we talk about 309,000 votes for the UNC, is it a question of being elected to form the opposition? Or because of the fact that that party lost the elections and by default they formed the opposition? So attempts have been made to really tell us independent senators what the confines of that job is. But Madam President, as an independent senator, I soldier on in the best interest of the public. I soldier on in the best interest of the public. I function in this Senate.
Senator Teemal, you have 5 more minutes.
Thank you, Madam President. I function in this Senate. We don't have the luxury of the resources that are available to the government or to the opposition as well. And sometimes without being much informed about the legislative agenda, the time that we are given to prepare for debates is rather limited. Our ability for research through dedicated research staff, we don't have that luxury, but we soldier on. And You know, if we are to put that all in the context of the role of the independent senators, Madam President, as I said, I would continue to offer my service to a country in a way that I'm moved by relationships, preferences, circumstances, and conditions, and continue to maintain calm, clarity of mind, equanimity, and a clear purpose in doing what I have taken an oath to do. I thank you, Madam President, for the opportunity to contribute to this debate.
Senator Bethelmy. Senator Bethelmy.
Thank you, Madam President, for allowing me the opportunity to join this very important debate. Madam President, first let me start by addressing some of the statements made by Senator Lyder during his presentation, where he asked the question, what are we doing here today? And he even went on to list some of the issues experienced by citizens today because of COVID and all of that. But we are here today because they don't know, But I would like to tell Senator Lyder that we are here today because you and your team, you just don't know how to act. And you constantly practice misconduct, both here and in the other place. And you constantly attack our independent senators just because they don't want to do what you want them to do or say what you want them to say. Do I always agree with the independent senators? No. But I respect them, and I respect their role in our democracy. And I think that they have the right, or they have a right, to say exactly how they feel and bring their independent contributions and their independent views and opinions to this House. You see, Madam President, as a senator, it's much more than being hardworking or conscientious. It's much more than being dutiful or having noble qualities or extreme selflessness. It's about self-discipline and dedication to the people of Trinidad and Tobago. And we have to take our role as parliamentarians very, very seriously. I remember, I just want to share my experience at the Electoral College. That was my first experience at the Electoral College, by the way. And I remember when it was my time to vote, two members of parliament, two of the youngest members of parliament on the opposition side, actually looked at me and they shouted, "Look at she, look at she. She don't even know what she's voting for." Madam President, at that point, I had to say the rosary because I thought I was dealing with demons. I was absolutely shocked at the misconduct of young members of parliament. And you know, it's such an honor to be a young member of parliament because we have the opportunity to be agents of change, not gangsters. We are not here to gangster anybody into thinking how we want them to think. We are here to debate, and we are here to uphold our democracy in a respectful way and to respect each other outside of this honorable house, outside of PNM, and outside of UNC. We are still individuals that have to respect each other. And when we take that oath is a very, very serious oath. And when we leave these walls, we don't drop the oath by the walls, or we don't drop the oath by the entrance or the exit. We carry it with us, Madam President. As a senator, as a young senator, a lot of times when I am contributing, you may hear me stop and think, or I might start to stutter. And it's because I respect the standing orders. And it's because in that very moment, I'm wondering while I'm speaking, is this something that will cause one of my colleagues to stand and raise a standing order? So I have the utmost respect for the office and for the opportunity that I've been given. And it's just baffling to me that this is the second session that we have to bring someone or a team before the Privileges Committee, and it's always the opposition. Why is that? Like you're not learning? And if we have to still come and bring, after we take that oath that basically tells us exactly how we are supposed to behave, if we still have to come and bring a code of ethics to tell you how you ought to behave as a parliamentarian, then what you're doing here? You're not supposed to be here. This is not the place for you. I take my job very, very seriously, Madam President. There are things that I will not do in my normal life that I used to do. And it's because I'm a parliamentarian, so I always have to act in the best interest of the people of Trinidad and Tobago. And we constantly have to bring members before the Privileges Committee or waste time, as Senator Lyder said, waste time to bring motions to tell you how you have to behave. How that making any kind of sense? When will we be able to act, or when will you be able to behave how you are supposed to behave? How should I have to tell a big man or a big woman or an adult how to conduct yourself within this honorable chamber? Senator John spoke about she was not aware of why statements of bullying, and Senator Jowelle even spoke about throwing stones, but they do it constantly, bullying and throwing stones. And then when you are brought before, or let's just say a motion or honorable senator brings a motion about your behavior, you're most upset about it. Some of you don't even know the difference between appointed and elected. This is right, and this is a perfect example of not knowing how to behave in the chamber. I am standing here and you want to attack me. How can you attack me? You cannot attack me.
First of all, let me just interject here. Senator De Souza. Yes, thank you. Senator Bethelmy.
Apologies, Madam President.
Please have to speak through me,
yes.
Okay?
Madam President, I had so much more to say, but Senator De Souza basically just wrapped up my presentation on why we are here today. We are here today because the opposition does not know how to behave. Learn how to behave, and it's more than you just taking an oath. You actually have to act out that oath. You are not a gangster. You're a politician. You are not a gangster, Madam President. The oppositions are not gangsters. You're a politician, you're an office holder, and you're supposed to be an honorable senator. So please, show the young people of Trinidad and Tobago what a senator is really supposed to be. Thank you, Madam President.
Senator Vieira. Senator Vieira. I'm sorry. It's clear what the arrangement is. People are able to follow the proceedings throughout the Parliament precincts, and if you know that you have to speak, then you have to be in the chamber to speak. Arrangements, no, hold on. Arrangements are made among members of all the different benches. So I'm calling on Senator Vieira to wrap up.
Thank you, Madam President. Let me begin by thanking everyone who participated in this debate for sharing your perspectives. And special thanks to those both here and outside the Senate who have offered words of encouragement and support. Labeling a person as objectionable when that labeling is an attempt to discredit and to disempower that person. And given that democracy depends on our ability to reason together, we should always avoid lazy and unproductive ways of arguing, such as labeling and ad hominem attacks. Debate is about how to disagree productively. And as this is crucial to the parliamentary process, we must protect standards of the way we speak and behave in public. Parliamentarians should be exemplars in showing that we can handle sensitive, we can handle complex issues in a constructive and respectful way. Now, turning to those who have spoken against this motion. As usual, Senator Mark was loquacious. He launched a harangue against me for bringing this motion, for toting feelings, and was adamant that no one can tell the opposition how to behave. He generated a lot of heat, but shed little light on the central issue in this motion, which has to do with unparliamentary behavior during the sitting of the Electoral College. Now, I would respectfully tell against the Honourable Minister of National Security for what he regarded as provocative language. So similarly, just as no one can tell the opposition how to behave, no one can tell me I am not entitled to be angry, especially if I'm angry in the right way and for the right reasons. The unprovoked attacks against me, against my fellow independent senators, occasion justifiable anger, and I make no apology for it. Senator Mark sought to stigmatize me as being in a close relationship and alliance with the government. A completely false and hysterical accusation, but one I am compelled nonetheless to respond to. He asks, improperly in my view, because it imputes improper motives, whether I sit on any state boards or I'm in receipt of any state briefs. Well, Senator Mark sits with me on the Joint Select Committee of State Enterprises. So I was surprised he could ask that question because he knows, or he should know full well, that I don't sit on the board of any state enterprises. And as to whether I'm in receipt of state briefs, may I remind Senator Mark about the report of the Committee of Privileges of the Senate when a prima facie case had been made out against Senator Gerald Ramdeen for implying that because independent Senator Mr. Justin Jonker may have been in receipt of state briefs, that equated with his being on the Attorney General's payroll and conflicted in his duties as a temporary senator. While the committee by a majority felt that a breach of privilege and a contempt of Parliament had occurred, and that the statements made by Mr. Ramdeen had brought the House into odium and disrepute. So Senator Mark is on thin ice here, I believe. And may I also remind Senator Mark that there's nothing wrong or improper for independent senators who are lawyers to accept state briefs.
May I just ask that we listen to Senator Vieira in silence?
Indeed, many of my predecessors have done so. But as I have nothing to hide, I have no difficulty in letting Senator Mark know I am not in receipt of any state briefs. Now, a question was asked as to whether this motion can go against the opposition bench as a group or whether evidence must be led against each member individually. Well, I will rely on two precedents, both of which took place in 2008. In that year, the entire PNM government was referred to the Committee of Privileges for allegedly organizing a crowd of supporters to assault, molest, and abuse opposition members of parliament whilst walking from Woodford Square to the Red House. And the Speaker ruled that a prima facie case had been made out against the government as a group. Also that year, the entire government was referred to the Committee for Privileges for refusing to give answers on a timely basis. The matter of privilege was not directed at any particular individual, but to the conduct of government as a group. I turn now to Senator Roberts. Senator Roberts contends there was no unparliamentary language, given that the words complained about are commonly used. In the chapter dealing with unparliamentary language in the Senator's Members' Handbook that all of us were given, we are advised that unparliamentary language includes making personal allusions to the honor or motives of a member, the use of abusive or threatening language, and may include ordinary words as well as colloquial terms, depending on the context. In the Parliament Library, there is a textbook on unparliamentary expressions from the New Delhi, published in 1986, identifying words and expressions which have been declared unparliamentary in the Constituent Assembly of India and other parliaments in the Commonwealth, including our own. And such words include afraid, half-truth, shabby, sing an elegy, sing the songs of your masters. And in relation to the chair or speaker, you are partial. You are not fair. You want to trample on our rights. And your ruling is unconstitutional. Other parliaments have held words such as those as unparliamentary. Members have a right to speak freely, but as we have heard from my fellow independents, that right is subject to compliance with the standing orders and conventions. And there is ample precedent showing that ordinary words, expressions, and terms can be unparliamentary depending on the context. A good example of this occurred in 2001 when Dr. Rowley, who was in opposition at the time, he was suspended from the lower house for saying that the then Attorney General, Mr. Ramesh Lawrence Maharaj, SC, had pole vaulted on his principles. And for refusing to withdraw that comment, Dr. Rowley was suspended forthwith for unparliamentary language. In June last year, in Canada, NDP leader Jagmeet Singh, he was expelled from the House of Commons after calling another MP racist and then refusing to apologize and withdraw his comments. Now, Senator Souza and others have raised issue about some comments that I may have made, and to tell you the truth, I was shocked at the lengths some will go to find a gotcha moment. I speak now about the short-sighted focus on a single aspect of my contribution, where I shared personal communications, which on reflection, I ought not to have done. Communications involving observations about comments put out in the public space by one lawyer about another lawyer. Now, as a backdrop to that, let me remind members that under the Code of Legal Ethics, conduct towards fellow attorneys should be characterized by courtesy, fairness, and good faith. And when an attorney in public life falls short of this, it's not unexpected that readers may form a view of the behavior in question. And as we have heard, judges, like everybody else, are entitled to their personal views. And that is all that happened. It has absolutely nothing to do with politics. A personal view, not a public view, was shared. But unfortunately, there are those who will cherry pick and misattribute this one item in a thinly veiled attempt to detract from the substance of this motion, which has to do with unparliamentary conduct on the part of opposition senators. And unfortunately, that is how some people respond to criticism on major issues. They try to threaten, they discredit the critic. In their desire to disprove the substance of this motion, they connect unconnected dots. They attempt to manufacture controversy, and they sow the seeds of confusion. This is mischievous. This is wrong. It is risky and irresponsible behavior, one that may take us down a pathway with disruptive and destructive consequences. Be that as it may, if anything untoward can be inferred from the observations I shared, then it is a miscommunication for which I alone must take responsibility. And I will not be baited into saying anything more on that subject. The Honorable Minister of Tourism and Senator Teemal indicated that they were a little uncomfortable with the code of conduct and wondered if it was necessary, whether we needed to tell people how to behave. Well, quoting from the Handbook on Parliamentary Ethics and Conduct, put out by the Global Task Force on Parliamentary Ethics, the purpose of an ethical regime is to ensure standards of conduct amongst its members, but it takes as a basis the commonly accepted standards that already exist within the institution, but it also seeks to establish new ones. And of course, today, we are operating with all kinds of new things: social media, electronic hearings being broadcast. So a legislative code of conduct is a formal document which would regulate the behavior of legislators by establishing what is considered to be acceptable behavior and what is not. It is intended to create, and this is the real purpose of it is intended to create a political culture which places considerable emphasis on the propriety, correctness, transparency, and honesty of parliamentarians' behavior. But the code of conduct is not intended to be this behavior by itself or to create the behavior by itself. So, not telling parliamentarians how to behave, but to serve as a guide and to foster high ethical standards. Having a code of conduct would be consistent with Senator Dillon-Remy's laudable goal of looking to build something better from this Thunder Thursday. Decorum and dignity. As to the way parliamentarians should comport themselves and the need for dignity and decorum, I cannot improve on the very wise words of two of the country's most seasoned politicians. And this is from Hansard, dated 29th of June, 2001. Madam President, if I may, crave your indulgence, I may wish to quote from that Hansard. So I'm going to quote two persons. I'm going to quote former Prime Minister Basdeo Pandey and then opposition leader Mr. Patrick Manning. So this is Prime Minister Pandey on the 29th of June 2001. I quote, "I wish to make it clear at the outset that I point a finger at no one. During the past 5 years, this Honorable House has been allowed to degenerate to an unprecedented level of venom and spite, malice, and vindictiveness. Members were called thieves, rogues, corrupt, and criminals without the slightest shred of evidence. And during the last 6 months, this trend has not in any way abated, so much so that the public has come to regard this House with disrespect and contempt. I think the time has come to take a good look at ourselves and take serious measures to restore this honorable House to its pristine glory. Today, no one will disagree that there is need for greater civility in the proceedings of our Parliament than the nation has been witnessing, particularly in recent times. The Parliament is the highest deliberative assembly in our republic. This calls for manifest reasons for civility and order as we go about the business of the people. Members of Parliament are here to promote the common good. Partisan antagonism should subserve the common good, not subvert it. It is as fundamental as that. There is a need for prompt measures on both sides to put an immediate end to the acrimony that has appeared to be intensifying with each sitting of this honorable House. We have no option but for both sides of this House to work together to restore its essential and necessary dignity to Parliament. We must now undertake to go forward in this honorable House with dignity and hopefully with decorum, with candor and not with rancor, with fearless advocacy but not with acrimony, with righteous indignation if need be, but never with uncontrolled anger, with parliamentary cut and thrust, but never with poison. Never, never, never with poison. We must above all respect the rules that govern the conduct of members of this honorable House. Mr. Speaker, it would be greatly to the common good if this august assembly of legislators, which is our essential character, we can also be an assembly of exemplars to the nation. I am confident that the honorable leader of the opposition will agree with this sentiment. And this is what the leader of the opposition, Mr. Patrick Manning, said, and I quote, "The two longest serving members of this Parliament happen to be the Prime Minister and the leader of the opposition. We see our responsibility. We discuss the matter to preserve the dignity of this Parliament and our system of democracy. Against our vast background of experience, if we don't seek to set an example, not just to the members of Parliament, but to the national community, then we have nobody to blame but ourselves, when not just the Parliament falls into disrepute, but the profession of politics and politicians. Mr. Speaker, the role of the opposition in the Westminster system is not just to oppose, as some people would have us believe, but it is to show the other side. The argument is that as the government puts over its views and the opposition shows the other side, those who hear us, the people on whose behalf we operate, are in a position to listen to both sides and to come to their conclusion as to where right may be. I would just like to make one final comment, and it has to do with the role of the Speaker. No Parliament can operate without a presiding officer whose authority is accepted and respected. It is just not possible. The system of government under which we operate is a system that recognizes the need to have a Speaker. Without a Speaker, the Parliament cannot progress properly. There must be a presiding officer. I want to assure you, Mr. Speaker, that it is our intention on this side, whatever the antecedents may have been, to respect the office of Speaker and to respect the occupant of that office. I assure you of that. End of quote. Madam President, this timeless exchange is profound and on point. Few could have said it better. In the recitals of our Constitution, we assert our belief in a democratic society where all persons may, to the extent of their capacity, play some part in the institutions of national life and thus develop and maintain due respect for lawfully constituted authority. Parliament is supposed to be a safe zone where we can resolve thorny issues and differences through peaceful and respectful discourse. If we lose or compromise this, democracy suffers. Members of the independent bench went to the Electoral College in peace. We did not expect to be attacked in the performance of our duties. And for speaking out against unprovoked attacks, some of us have been attacked even more. Senator Mark says that no one can tell the UNC how to behave. But that's not what this is about. This is not about, as someone else has said, about browbeating the opposition. This is about maintaining the dignity and decorum of our parliament. Senator John says, politics is messy, and we have to do what we have to do. Well, I do not agree, respectfully. This is not a free-for-all. This is about maintaining due respect and playing by the rules. In competitive sports, you play by the rules of the game. In litigation, you follow the rules of the court. And in Parliament, you follow the standing orders and the rules of parliamentary practice. Rules matter. I am not in any way determining the opposition's conduct, as has been suggested by Senator Roberts. I am calling on the Senate to do so. If you agree with me that the conduct exhibited by members of the opposition bench fell below the required standards during the sitting of the Electoral College and thereafter, then I ask you to officially condemn such behavior as unparliamentary. That's the meaning of censure, an official condemnation of the conduct. This is not about supporting me. It's not about supporting the independent bench or any party. This is bigger than all of us. How we vote today will form part of a historical record. In years to come, inquiring minds may analyze this moment and they will judge us accordingly. This defines how we will be seen then, how the world sees us now, and what it means for the standing of our Parliament. Madam President, I beg to move.
Honourable Senators, the question is, be it resolved that this Senate censure the unparliamentary conduct of said opposition senators who by threat or molestation have attempted to obstruct, impede, influence or interfere with said independent senators in the performance of their duties. And be it further resolved that a select committee be established to consider and report on a code of ethical conduct and behavior for senators. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The motion is therefore carried. Leader of Government Business.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I beg to move that this House do now adjourn to Tuesday, March 8, 2022 at 1:30 p.m. On that date, we propose to deal with the CARICOM bill that is on the other paper. Thank you.
You did say Thursday, March the 8th? Tuesday.
Yeah.
Honourable Senators, before I treat with the motion for the adjournment, there are two matters that have been approved. Senator Mark.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, the first matter I'd like to address deals with the decision of the TSTT to pursue a zero copper drive and the resulting rise in copper cable vandalism and theft. Madam President, ever since the Chief Executive Officer, one Lisa Agard, of the TSTT announced a zero copper drive, this country, and this would have been done, Madam President, sometime, I believe, in 2021, and it was told to the country that that copper drive will come to an end on the 30th of September 2021. That is my information. I stand corrected. Madam President, ever since that announcement, this country has witnessed large-scale theft and vandalism of copper wire or cable wires. Maybe we don't know where it is coming from, whether it is being orchestrated within TSTT or from without TSTT. What we do know that there has been large-scale theft and vandalism of copper wires. And what is even more amazing is the deafening silence on the part of the management and directors and the Minister of Public Utilities on this particular matter. Madam President, we have estimated that Trinidad and Tobago may have lost close to $100 million in cable theft. Madam President, this is extreme. How can a company that is seeking to retrench close to another 600 workers, where, Madam President, on the international copper market today, a ton of copper is $10,000 US, and we have the company doing nothing on this matter. They are doing nothing. They have made no statement of condemnation on this matter. And the vandalism continues. But, Madam President, the vandalism is affecting consumers, because the consumers who are still tied up with this thing called copper cable or copper wire arrangements, they are without service. There is no telephone, there is no internet, there is no entertainment, there is no security. Madam President, it is affecting both residential as well as business operations in our country. I do not know if TSTT has a death wish. And the death wish, Madam President, is to run TSTT into the ground so that at the end of the day, Massey Communication and Samakal or Agostini may come in and take charge of TSTT in some kind of partnership. We don't know what is behind this thing. So, Madam President, this matter has frustrated customers. You have phones, but they are not working. And, Madam President, particularly in the rural communities where there are no cell towers, the population depended on cable, on the copper wire network, on landlines. What TSTT has done is to introduce a wireless service. But, Madam President, the weakness of this WXXT arrangement is that it only provides one source of service, which is telephone. That is my information. So there is no entertainment, there is no data or internet, and there is no security. So what is going on at TSTT? We want answers. We want to know if there are Trojan horses operating within the TSTT. We want to know if there is internal sabotage taking place in TSTT. These are matters that people are asking and drawing to our attention. Madam President, you wouldn't believe that whilst they are stealing and vandalizing our network, that when I say our, TSTT belongs to us 51%. So it belongs to the people of Trinidad and Tobago. But you know what? Whilst the TSTT management and the minister and the government and the board of directors sit idly by and allow TSTT cable to be vandalized in this country, the same company, Madam President, is busy raising $500 million to retrench, terminate the services of over 600 workers. Madam President, not only this, the government has to explain to this country why over the last 6 years, TSTT has written off over $2.4 billion, Madam President, $2.4 billion. This is madness. And we would like the government to indicate how can you justify writing off $2.4 billion in the last 6 years, and you are now seeking to retrench over 600 or 500 workers, Madam President.
Senator Mark, you have a few minutes, but I'll ask you to get back, please, to
yes, Madam President. Madam President, let me just get back as you rightly advised. Madam President, we have information that cable vandalism and damaged plant are occurring in Arima, in Caparo, in Chagonas, in Freeport, in Manzanilla, in Maracas, in Mausica, in Nelson, Port of Spain, that is Dock Road. Also San Juan, San Souci, Sangre Grande, St. Augustine, Comuto, Talparo, Valencia, and, Madam President, in a place called Debe, Long Circular, St. James. These are areas where cable are being destroyed, Madam President. I have the areas that are involved in these specific areas that I mentioned. And in South Trinidad, Madam President, it is in Barkpo, Bastia, Pinal, Separia, Claxton Bay, Couva, and places like Debe, Flanagan Tongue, Madam President, Penitent Street, Hubert Rand Street, Marabella. Madam President, why are we permitting this thing to take place in our country? So the TSTT have a lot to answer. The Communication Workers Union has asked for a meeting of the management since December to deal with vandalism. And up to now, not a date has been arranged. No meeting has been called. So we ask, Madam President.
Senator Mark, you have 1 moment.
Yeah. What is the present asset value or book value of the copper plant? What is the present market value of the copper plant? What is the book value and market value to date that has been vandalized and stolen? What is the plan for decommissioning cables? What plans are there for docks and manhole facilities? Madam President, is there any plan to retain copper facilities for network backup or redundancy? Will the possibility of revenue attained from the sale of decommissioned cables after a company instituted cable wrecking initiative be channeled to erect cell sites to enhance the WTTX experience to drive a lean FTTX initiative to be explored? Madam President, I raise these matters to get clarification, to get action, to get some decision from the government on this very serious and troubling matter. I thank you very much, Madam President.
Minister of Public Utilities.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Madam President, first let me say that I am more than ready and I'm more than prepared to answer Senator Wiedemark on the list of questions that he posed. I was invited under the standing orders of this House to come and answer a specific motion, and it reads as follows, because I realize that Senator Mark has a habit and a passion to file specific questions, and in arguing his motion, he brings in all kinds of extraneous matters that does not have anything to do with the motion that is before the House. And therefore, Therefore, Madam President, I will respond to the motion that I was asked to come and respond to, and I will invite Senator Mark to file the respective questions under the relevant standing orders, and I will gladly come here and respond accordingly. And therefore, Madam President, the question that was filed is the decision of TSTT to pursue a zero copper drive and the resulting rise in copper vandalism and theft. Very, very pointed and straightforward question. With respect to what Senator Mark said, as it relates to Ms. Lisa Agard, the CEO of TSTT, and her announcements with respect to copper vandalism and the moving out of the operation of copper into fiber optic technology, let me say abundantly clear and make it absolutely clear that that issue of copper vandalism has absolutely nothing to do with any recent statement made by the TSTT CEO recently. So therefore, Madam President, the decision to pursue a zero copper drive and the rise in copper vandalism and theft are two discrete and totally unrelated issues. Madam President, over the last few decades, the world has been witnessing a digital revolution driven by new technologies, high-speed internet activity, and innovative products and services. This revolution has significantly impacted the entire telecommunications ecosystem and fundamentally altered the telecommunication infrastructure. High-quality, energy-efficient optical fiber telecommunications network has become the backbone infrastructure to enable the digitalization that would allow telecommunications network to meet the speed and the bandwidth requirements of the new gigabit society. To stay competitive, telecommunications companies like TSTT will have to continuously invest in advanced digital infrastructures to meet existing and future demand or risk falling behind. It is against this backdrop that TSTT commenced its zero copper migration program in 2017 and not in 2021. In 2017, as a key strategic initiative focused on migrating all customers from the legacy copper network to either TSTT's modern fixed wireless WTTX network or to TSTT's robust fiber FTTX network for residential and business customers. TSTT's aged copper network is outdated and is no longer future-proof technology to provide the necessary broadband speeds required for its customers. The actual migration of customers began in January 2019, and this exercise will result in the decommissioning and dismantling of TSTT's copper plant network and its facilities in financial year 2022 to 2023. Madam President, copper vandalism and theft is a problem that has impacted not just TSTT, but other utility companies in the country over many years. It is a worldwide phenomenon with copper thieves targeting electrical substations, cellular towers, telephone landlines, railroads, water wells, construction sites, and vacant homes for lucrative profits. Such incidents have intensified with its significant increase in the experience in the commodity price of copper on the international market. Madam President, I can tell you, not only TSTT, but presently there's a water crisis affecting the communities of Tunapuna and environs. And the result of that is a number of wells, water wells operating in the Tacarigua area. They have been vandalized by copper thieves. And therefore, as a result of that, over 5 wells went out of operation, thereby impacting the water supply of thousands of people in the Tunapuna area. And therefore, it is not a TSTT problem. Other utility companies are faced with the same problem. The Ministry of Works and Infrastructure, some of their their road signage, etc., all experiencing the rise in vandalism in this particular sector. And in this regard, Madam President, it should be noted that next to aluminum and steel, as the Senator alluded, copper is the most widely used metal in the construction, telecommunications, transportation, and automobile manufacturing sectors. Rising demands and short supply as a result of the decline in mining activities due to the COVID-19 pandemic have contributed to copper prices skyrocketing from an average of $5,875 a ton in the fourth quarter of 2019 to the highest level in nearly a decade in 2021, with spot prices reaching an all-time high of $10,512 on the London market. Despite the challenges faced by TSTT and other utility companies, Madam President, TSTT, working with the TTPS, was successful in the prosecution of several violators over the years. Its remote monitoring systems continue to assist in the detection and the prosecution of cases before the courts. And I also take this opportunity, Madam President, to implore all citizens to report all suspicious activities of copper vandalism to TSTT and/or the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service. I thank you.
Senator Mark.
Yeah, Madam President, thank you again. Madam President, the second matter that I would like to raise deals with the need for the Prime Minister to explain government's human resource COVID-19 policy at the Urban Development Company of Trinidad and Tobago. Madam President, I have seen a document stamped, dated the 30th of, let me just get the specific date here, Madam President, 30th of December 2021. It is titled COVID-19 Vaccination Policy. And this policy has some extremely dangerous features. And the reason why I've brought this to your attention and to this Honorable Senate's attention is to get from the government whether this policy has been formally approved by the Cabinet. Because we know, Madam President, as we speak, the government wishes to bring to Parliament a so-called quasi-safe zone policy, which I believe they cannot bring again. But you know what, Madam President? UDCOT has proceeded, and I believe unilaterally, to impose a vaccination policy. I call it a mandatory forced vaccination policy on their workers. And that is why, Madam President, I have brought this matter, this motion, so that we can get clarification from the government as to whether UDCOT has the blessings of the government. Because we are advised that there are workers at UDCOT who have been fired, whose services have been terminated because they refuse to take a vaccine. And there is no law in this country that forces any citizen to take a vaccine. The government has repeatedly said it is voluntary. So why is UDCOT dismissing workers because of their failure to be vaccinated? This cannot be fair. And that is why, Madam President, I have brought this matter to the attention of your good self and to this Honorable Senate. So we need to get from the government, as I said today, what is their policy? Because we know, I have documentation from the World Health Organization that speaks not a mandatory vaccination, but to encourage workers and citizens to become vaccinated. So why is UDCOT not pursuing a policy, Madam President, to encourage workers to become vaccinated? Why are they forcing workers? And if they refuse, Madam President, these workers are not being furloughed, they are being dismissed. That cannot be right. That cannot be fair. And that is why, Madam President, I would like answers to this particular issue that is before us. Madam President, I don't want to call names of people because I want to protect the interests of these people and workers. But I think this is extremely difficult. Madam President, we all know that with this vaccination policy, even our Honorable Attorney General, who has been boosted, gotten his 2 primary doses, he, like many other citizens in this country, have fallen victim to COVID. I wish him a speedy recovery. So, Madam President, there is no, let's say, isolated arrangement or no policy arrangement, I should say, that would allow you not to be affected by this particular virus. So why is this company, conscious of what the reality is refusing to allow workers to continue working even though the government of Trinidad and Tobago has said openly and publicly that vaccination is a matter of choice. Vaccination is a matter of voluntarism, of being voluntary, if I may say so. It is about voluntary arrangements, Madam President. So I have raised this matter today with you, Madam President, and through you to my honorable colleagues. Madam President, what is even more amazing, when we looked at the vaccination policy, we are seeing where the Occupational Safety and Health Act is being used as a pretext for this policy. Now, Madam President, tell me what Occupational Safety and Health Act has to do with this vaccination policy. And did the government give this company the all clear to impose this kind of mandatory? No, Madam President, you know they are not calling it mandatory. The government is very wise in the selection of their words, their language. So they are running away from mandatory. But when you begin to dismiss workers because they have not taken the vaccine, and some of them for religious purposes and reasons, their religion does not permit them to take the vaccine. Madam President, you would be aware also that there are many citizens who have gotten the COVID naturally without getting a vaccine. They got COVID. They got back into their normal strides. You know, the company is still insisting that that worker or those workers, Madam President, be vaccinated. Madam President, that has to be madness. So I am calling on the government to rein in this rogue company called UDCOT. And whoever they have fired, they have to reinstate. You cannot be moving outside of the ambit of the government's policy. And the government policy is not mandatory, the policy is voluntary. And therefore, Madam President, I ask the government to look at this policy. If the minister who is to speak in a short while doesn't have a copy, I will make a copy available to the Minister of Agriculture, Land and Fisheries, so he can understand what we are dealing with. I am seeking guidance, I am seeking direction, I am seeking clarification from the government as it relates to this policy that is being mandatorily implemented by UDCOT headed by my good friend Noel Garcia, at this time, and I reject it, I condemn it, I call on the government to withdraw this policy, and Madam President, in closing, the workers who have been dismissed and or retrenched or sent home because they refuse to take the vaccine, they must be reinstated immediately. And I call on the government to take action on this matter. I thank you very much, Madam President.
Leader of Government Business.
Thank you very much, Madam President. And Madam President, I reject any offer from Senator Mark to provide me with a copy of what he has in his hand. Clearly, he's reading from blank paper. There's nothing written there. Because, Madam President,
Senator Mark. Senator Mark. Senator Mark. No, you're not sorry, you know. And no, you're not sorry, because you give about 10 hairs when you were brandishing it. Now you know, please. Thank you, Minister.
Madam President, I've seen my friend read for 40 minutes from one sheet of paper. And in fact, once I asked him to refer me to his stationery shop so I could get a ream of that magic paper. Because, Madam President, having opened with the allegation that this blank sheet of paper had extremely dangerous features, Senator Mark made no reference to those dangerous features. He's talked about a mandatory policy without making a single reference to anything held in his hand relating to mandatory vaccination policy. He's talked about dismissed workers without a single name. That must be worse than a ghost gang. And what struck me as the most incredible part of this fable, Senator Mark knows in 2006 we were opposite each other, battling on the amendment to the 2004 OSH legislation that had not been proclaimed. Senator Mark was amongst the trade unionists, and I led the employer delegation. He knows that. We battled for about 2 years. And he knows that fundamental to OSH legislation is the requirement for an employer to maintain a safe system of work, which must include protecting its workers from a pandemic that has shut down the world. Senator Mark must know, Madam President, that UDCOT is not required to seek Cabinet's approval for approval of a policy document that is part of its operation. There is no need for UDCOT to bring a human resource policy to the Cabinet for approval. Senator Mark knows, Madam President, that there is nothing in the government policy about a quasi-safe zone policy. The government has a safe zone policy. The country has operated restaurants and bars, and now aspects of the carnival operate because of a safe zone. There's nothing quasi about that. There's nothing planned. That is in place. What, Madam President, my friend should have been saying in his request for the Prime Minister to explain UDCOT's COVID policy, he should have been saying these things. One, UDCOT has been involved, like most entities, in the continuous monitoring of COVID-19, effecting the modifications to its policies, its processes, its arrangement based on the COVID regulations in place at the time, the WHO guidelines, OSH legislation, and the other arrangements within UDCOT. The priority of UDCOT has been to safeguard its employees, and given the nature of the operations of UDCOT, its various consultants, stakeholders, contractors, employees, visitors to the sites, and visitors to the offices of UDCOT. A third priority has been to ensure the financial viability of the organization, and to use the words of the UDCOT policy, which I have, commercial survival. And the fourth element of the policy has been conformity with public health regulations and other laws, guidelines, and requirements imposed on UDCOT from time to time. In getting to a COVID policy, there were two significant steps. The first was a risk assessment, and as I said before, taking into consideration the modifications which were required from time to time. And the second step involved the development of the policy. And the policy contains several areas which are now common language and common to COVID-19, matters relating to quarantine and isolation of employees, matters relating to leave, matters relating to work from home, travel, and a wide range of things. And, Madam President, I'm pleased to say that the policy, the management approach, the risk assessment, the exchanges between the employees and the management and leadership of the UDCOT, including the board, and I dare say, Madam President, the oversight of the line minister, the Honorable Prime Minister, there's been no debt amongst UDCOT employees. UDCOT has had an uninterrupted flow of its operations, except for the period May-July 2021, when construction activities were stopped as part of the government's policy. So, Madam President, these are the things my friend should have been asking about. Instead, he chose to venture in his usual way, of course, and I'm happy to have brought this House and the country back on course and say that UDCOT has a policy that represents the best interests of its employees and its stakeholders. Thank you very much.
Honourable Senators, the question is that this Senate do now adjourn to Tuesday, March the 8th, 2022 at 1:30 p.m. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. This Senate now stands adjourned to Tuesday, March the 8th, 2022 at 1:30 p.m.